have things I have to bring up first.
Do you really?
I don't know. Let's see. Easy reference.
We're live now.
You don't get a choice. Deal with it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Lions and Crows.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Everybody, this uncertain existence we have today. Good.
I don't
That's
know.
what I thought.
I don't know. I don't know how I am.
That's uncertain as well. Good.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let's get right into things. I've brought up the LNC, which is laziness on somebody's part. Set up an intro. It's an announcement thing, and I'm going to read it. On the Rise is the ongoing campaign on Mondays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's a D&D 5e campaign. You might want to catch it. It's pretty a lot different than my campaign, but the similarities include hijinks and a lot of giggling. So we do that, and you should watch us do that. I don't have good reasons, but you should do that anyway. Twitter, you should check it out for the new content and updates. I didn't say timely, and there's a reason I didn't, but it's there. So I'm not pointing any fingers on screen. Underneath the screen is a finger pointing right there. Check out our YouTube for previous episodes. Now, it doesn't say on the announcements to mention how we have a URL or URL that is incomprehensible almost. It's just characters and gibberish. Gibberish.
Gibbers.
GIF. Wait. Anyway, but it is tradition to mention it, so I do mention it as well as get distracted easily, which is my own thing. It's not tradition. That's my own tradition. ROLL20 for backgrounds on our streams, and it literally says a closer look at character art because you can see this character art, but if you get there, you can like do this on your phones and make it bigger. So a closer look if you want. It's very nice. Attributions are Kevin McLeod for the music. Kevin's always welcome here. One day, Kevin will be out of stealth mode. We will see him here. But I'm pretty sure he is in stealth mode and watching. Because who wouldn't? Because of the giggles. Did I mention the giggles? Anyway, we'll go over what exactly songs I'll play. One song on loop the whole night. And then whatever Casey decides to fix for the stream, because that's just a better choice for the varieties and stuff. We'll go over all of his stuff that he provides free and has a royalty. No, it's not. It has no royalty. It's not royal. It's commoner music. It's great. Roll20 for the VTT. That means virtual tabletop, and that's what we do virtually. Yeah, lots of advantages for using Roll20. Lots of cool little things. We don't even actually utilize it to its nth degree. There's so much more to the table than even we use. And all those options are out there for those who are ambitious enough to make the campaign they want, and that's the beauty of it. You get to make the campaign you want. Also, for their Spotlight program, same people, Roll20. You should check out their website too. They have a website. You should see it. You'll see it actually on our stream, but I don't know if you'll see the URL. We mentioned URLs before. I'm not going to dwell. Custom art and subscriber emotes by Kayla. Now it says Scott here, but I don't believe that's correct. So this
It is correct legally still.
Legally correct. So actually, I take back my about to correct the incorrect because it is correct.
I haven't done the paperwork yet.
And then there's a Twitter handle. There's all kinds of ways people have pronounced it, but it is available on our
Choose your own.
on our stream. Here, if you
Choose
just
your own
click the
adventure.
stream, and then I'm gonna scroll down the screen. There's an about us. There's our campaign socials. Cast. Go to Cast. It has all of that stuff there. I think those are all just Twitter handles. It doesn't say they
Twandles.
are. Twandles.
I have my
You
MySpace
will.
link there.
What?
I have my MySpace link there.
Is Tio's
Did you say
OnlyFans there?
MySpace? I haven't heard that in 20 years. Well,
Yeah, Tio's OnlyFans is there too.
fantastic.
Nice.
For all you horny watchers.
I was
Whoa.
hoping that joke was gonna come.
Whoa. Whoa.
I'm back.
Well, I mean, we can't. We've just peaked, so everyone, thank you for watching. Guys.
Yeah.
Good session. Wow.
We can't top that. Good night.
There's no coming back from what was said. It is forever, actually. 30 years from now, you'd be like, what did I say? Right, so,
I can't get a job. Why did I say that?
I've been kids. All right, so that's all I have for the official stuff, and a lot of unofficial junk I thrown out there. So good. We'll jump right back into the game, but it has been a little bit. We would like to thank a hurricane for knocking out certain people's internets.
No.
I am gonna point a finger this time. It's up there, because this is the guy who did it to everybody, or a girl, or whatever you believe. This is the concept that did it up here to everybody.
You're
Actually, does
gendering
so
the
many
weather now?
I'm just saying that up that way,
The Greek alphabet does not have a gender.
somebody may or may not be in control of things like weather and fate. So that happened, and we lived through it, and we're back. So that's all that matters. It's not all that matters. It's just what matters the most in life, that we are back. And so we're gonna jump right back in. This is the Lions and Crows episode. Damn, I closed it. 13, episode 13. I
Point
think
8.6.5.
lots of points. Point being that I don't know episode numbers. Really, that's the biggest point.
Point pi.
Where am I going with all of this? Let's do a small little recap. Any volunteers? Anyone who's feeling a little recappy? Nobody?
Got my shit back.
All right, Jesse, you win. Recap it.
I got my shit back.
Yeah, but let's actually recap it, not just.
We should do it in character always.
Not like
It's just like, I think that is Jesse's recap.
no. Don't let that happen. Do it real. Do it real.
Well,
Make it
hold
real.
on. Which tab
Make
is
it
this?
beloved.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Are we going back 2 episodes or 1?
What? Whatever you feel's pertinent for the recap.
Or
Look,
we-
people are
Okay.
waiting in chat. Look at
All
people
right,
are talking.
chat,
It's actually some
chill.
of us.
Chill, chat, because we're in hell still. Yeah, that's right. You heard me. We're still in hell.
We're gonna need some chill, chat.
So chill
Chat down
out.
here.
That's pretty much all that I know.
We've been playing this campaign for 30 episodes. It's like, can you give us a recap? It's like, well, we're in hell. And now we're ready to start the session.
Okay, well, we started the last episode with fighting some oozes. We eventually killed them. I did not have my shit then. I do have it now. We have an imp pet. By
Who is now legally bound to cadavers.
He's petted. We pet him and shack him. But yeah.
we have an imp pet. Volgo. Volgo is his name.
Sure.
Yep. He made a contract, a blood contract, with Cadaverous.
Our oldest and frailest member of the group.
Yes.
He like pricks his finger and just like passes out. Oh, it's too much.
My blood pressure is lower than the red flare of hell.
It's like nothing comes out. My pen is all dried up.
Aurelia delivered the final blow on the devil, so he's dead.
Oh, that was metal. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's dead. And now, I don't know. Pet Imp says there's a golem we can try and break the force field with. There's this force field around something. I don't remember what. It's our obstacle. But we are currently in his room of weird coffin ritual type place. I don't know, his prized possession of some sort.
I think we call it the grotto.
Oh, that's the grotto. Okay. This is what it is called.
Sure.
Embara.
Now you see.
That's it. So,
And we woke up
We are
a
breaking-
dragon-born vampire.
that's what we're doing right now?
No, we did that already.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of. This
We
is how
did
it
that!
This is how
Oh,
it ended.
no! We did do that, didn't we?
We did it together with the power of friendship.
We broke the coffin. A gray mist has come out of the coffin. We all leave the room, and Tio hears, "Thank you," in Draconic.
Dun dun dun.
And that recap was brought to you by Jesse Holly.
Jesse
And
Holly, yes.
Thank you very much for that recap.
I got
Also,
my
thank you
shit
for,
back.
For helpful recaps in chat by our very own Cookie, who's stealthing through this much. And there was actually other recap in there, but somebody was talking about like Jello at one point. I don't.
Oh yeah, I almost
I'm
lost
not
my
good at
Jello.
reading.
Don't worry about it. Almost lost it. I got it back.
Got your Jello. All right. So indeed, let's change the map. That may help, like really bring together the recap as you guys are here on the map. Dun, dun. I scoot around the map. I use the shift and the left click, right, yeah, left click. That brings the map centered over here, and that is the room where the last words heard whispered or thank you, as a gaseous cloud has filled the other chamber. I could actually find the gaseous cloud. I've done that many times before. I'll do that as I listen to the party. What in the world do you do now, having damaged the coffin a little bit and released what might be considered a poisonous gas that talks, or possibly the contents of the coffin itself? Who's to say? We're all to say it's the vampire, but who's to really say? Go.
I don't speak Draconic, so. Anyone going to reply to whatever that was?
I look at Tia.
What was it?
It said thank you.
You're welcome! All I can say is you're welcome.
That's more than some people know Undertonic.
No, I just literally said that in common.
Okay.
Maybe
Well,
we should talk to it, Tia.
I'm worried about
say
giving
you're
it.
welcome in Draconic. Oh yeah.
I'm worried about giving it more information than it needs to hear.
Well, maybe get information from it. It's a
Yes.
two-way street, this information travel.
Is the fog coming out of the doors?
Indeed, as you take a closer look, concerned about what the problem here is, in between small little cracks in both the bottom and side of the door frame, more on the lower end, a small little bit of 1980s like frozen ice affecting bad movies. Fog comes drifting out.
I think we should get away from the door before I start talking to it.
Frozen ice. All ice is frozen.
Meaning you were going to stay at the door.
Dry ice.
Well, can you see the fog coming out?
Yes.
All of the players can see the fog coming out, just in case they were wondering.
Is it collecting or is it wafting away? Like,
It's almost as if the fog itself is very low to the ground, very heavy, and spreading rapidly, but something more akin to a liquid, whereas the fog seems to have a lot of consistency, going up 6 to 8 inches to above your ankles and into whatever, and just spreading past everybody. It's a very disconcerting. It's like watching fog roll down a big hill where it's naturally foggy. There appears to be a current.
Does it seem to be just going out of the hall, or like?
It's hard to say as it continues to pour in from the other room, so
Okay.
it doesn't have its own small shape or spot yet, so much as it's spreading, like damage, like like the party spreads damage. No, it spreads out all over the
Spreading
floor of the
damage.
room. But it's like it's certainly like something like akin to a digging a ditch and then the tide rolling in. It's not like it's separate. it's continuing to push into the room as well at the same time, as well as spread past you.
I have a bad feeling about this. I think we should go.
What happens
Away.
if I poke it?
I was gonna do the same thing.
You're poking it, but in what regard? As you were already standing in it, like, are you just?
Oh, so it's
stomping
not
your
like-
feet?
Well, is there like a portion of it that's like where it's thicker?
No,
Or-
that's the whole point. Is that it comes in very thick, but
Okay.
it's the border of it is very defined as it pushes further and further, and is now at cadaverous. And gives
And
you
it's
jump
not
shots.
like reacting to us standing in it?
No, it appears to be pushing past you just like any mist might, if it were powered by a fan in another room.
Okay. And sorry, remind me, did we close the doors or no?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we should open the doors. I mean, the fog is coming out no matter what.
I'm gonna touch it with my finger. So skin on fog.
Hot skin on fog action here. Roll it slant.
That's the
We're-
title of
we're,
our
uh,
OnlyFans.
We're not family friendly.
We say
Stream,
fuck
so
too
if
much.
you're watching this, skin on fog. Congratulations. We so as you reach down, the fog is notably maybe many degrees colder than the environment you're in. You've gotten a lot very used to this. It's almost like the walls themselves are heated here. There's just an ambient warmth to everything. Everyone's every exertion you've had since you've been here has been a bit taxing. You have a little sweat on your brow, even just like standing and discussing. It's just a heavy heat here in the ninth layer of hell. But as you completely engulf your hand into the fog, it's cool to the touch. Of course, that just invites condensation, so your hand does come away a little wet.
It's like touching snow. Except for it's not.
It's more fluffy.
Yeah, it's like not.
Solid.
Uh-huh.
So like fog then.
Do you feel any different, Jesse?
No.
Not hungrier for anything?
Oh well, I'm pretty hungry. We've been in hell for a couple days, and Theo, if you don't remember, I kind of lost my shit, and
My mind's a little fuzzy from that time.
well, they
It
took
seems
my
like it's
food
been
from me.
weeks.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, we'll get you food soon. I'm worried that this fog is going to do something to us. Frankly,
The imp stays airborne so as not to touch the fog, as the imp seems very concerned about the fog, like. And then it goes to cadaverous and it says, Master, that one's fleeing. And he points over at Gizlam.
I think it's a tactical retreat.
Is there?
Gizlin,
It does look
What?
an awful lot like fleeing.
where are you going?
I mean, I am all for standing in the fog as much as the rest of you, but I don't want to stand in the fog at all.
Come, Volgo. We're fleeing.
I love
Okay,
it.
we're tactical retreating.
If there's a crack in the door, I want to look through it.
I'm
Or
gonna stay with Jesse and see what happens when they move.
I mean, I'm just not standing literally in the fog. I think that's given our observations with fog-like things, it tends to be not the best idea in this environment.
Now the map is open. You've been in the other room, but Jesse, the door is indeed closed as you guys close it past yourselves. The looking through the cracks of the door, these are pretty well made doors. There's very little to see, only the sliver of the next room. The fog is thick as well in the other room. What are you looking for specifically? Anything particular?
movement or something that I know comes out of coffins, because we've killed things in coffins quite a bit down here.
So please roll me your perception.
Not with advantage. 18.
Wow.
As Jesse, you press your face awkwardly against the door frame to try to get a really good angle, because you can only kind of see one part of the coffin and whatnot. And you notice the most peculiar thing. Those glowing chains are no longer glowing.
Oh no.
They still remain in place.
All right.
You can't see the exact spot where you damaged it with your axe, the coffin. It's a bit further along the coffin. You can only see the back end of the coffin, or the feet side of the coffin traditionally. Someone might be crazy that'd be laying in it upside down. It's hard to say.
Sometimes I see spider legs, and what I don't see is, because you know eyelashes, what I don't see is glowing trains. You know, like when you
Does that mean anything to
Yeah.
anyone else?
Hey, master, that one's gone insane.
Jesse, what do you
She's
see?
always been that way.
Other than chains, anything in there? Is the fog in there still?
Yeah, there's fog.
Okay.
I think
Come away from the door.
You want me to open the door?
No, come away from the door.
Oh, all right.
Here, we'll represent the fog correctly.
Did the fog do anything when the others left it?
Did the fog do anything? It's still rolling slowly through the room. I'll extend it slightly.
Did anything happen when the others left?
All right, so a little more specific with the question.
When Aurelia and Cadaverous left, did I see the fog move like the other clouds coming from the trees? Or anything strange?
As far as you can tell, the fog is acting very... besides the fact that it's flowing through the room as if there were a downhill or a slight current, the fog isn't affecting anybody beyond the fact that there's fog on the ground.
Okay.
So no additional strange things. But make no mistake, the fog being and billowing out
It's weird.
indeed strange.
Okay. I think we should get out of the fog right now, Jesse.
All right.
I was waiting to see if anything happened when they left, but it seems that we should just go.
So wait, we just like halfway open this box, and you hear some mumbo jumbo
Draconic,
dragon
actually.
talk, and
Just draconic.
well, and
Mambo
then
jumbo,
we leave.
that's correct.
Then we leave.
Well, I think whatever was in the coffin is out now.
I didn't see the chains are still around the coffin. I don't think it's getting out.
But they weren't glowing, right?
Right.
That means a spell's been broken. And coffins don't always need to hold physical forms. They can hold entities, they can hold spirits, they can hold fog. And I don't know anything about this fog. So if we stay in it, I think we may learn more than we bargained for.
Lead the way. I'll watch from behind.
Is there anything going on with the other coffin?
Let's zoom out to see where Gislin has gotten to.
I've like forgotten how to play D&D. I'm over here like,
What are the
Look at
controls
this,
again?
Exhumed not exhumed, but unearthed coffin laying deep within the hole itself. Once again, your eyes are drawn to the holes that have been drilled into it already. You don't see any kind of change in its disposition since you left it last. Although, even though it was only hours since you've seen it last and really scrutinized it, for those who care, Gislin's over here.
Oh.
Oh.
Jesse, do you
But a
want to
lot
open
has
some more
happened
coffins? Jesse!
I'm coming!
Is the fog following us?
Screaming outside into the fog is much slower and deliberate.
I don't know how to get out this door, but I'm coming.
Jesse, follow my
The voice is
voice.
coming this way.
Come to my voice, Jesse.
For those who are lost, there you go, Jesse. South and then east.
Oh, I
Down
see.
and right, even if you want to use those words.
Okay.
Jesse keeps stepping in the puddles.
Has the
She
fog
was like
appeared
splashing.
in that hallway we left? Can I see it?
I'm going to zoom in a little bit for the fog area. The fog has indeed extended. Has not quite gotten into the main room where the ooze is.
Okay. I'm gonna say, are you friend or foe in Draconic, and then hold turn undead for the
Do you
response.
actually say hold turn undead?
Sorry, no.
It's
That's just a
strange,
command
but-
for my own brain.
Okay. So you try to communicate in Draconic. It doesn't appear to respond as there's no words. Roll an insight, please.
Okay.
You vibing fog?
Apparently the DM wants me to, so I will. I will do it. Insight? 22.
While the fog doesn't necessarily respond to you, the fog's pathing at this point is more than just a little bit deliberate in nature. There is no other indicators of current. There's no reason fog would be spreading except for the fact that there's fog billowing out or completely billowed out of the coffin back in the first room that you released. The one word it said to you seems almost like it was weeks ago. However, it was very, very recent. It doesn't appear to be responding. It doesn't appear to have any interaction with you at all. It
Okay.
might not even be considering you anymore, but it is certainly coming out with deliberate pathing. As you watch it enter where you're standing and turn left, headed not north to the other door toward the throne room, but starting to skirt the wall toward this drain.
The drain? Okay, gotcha.
That's the current heading.
As that happens, I don't know if this is possible, so tell me if it's not. I want to turn undead, but in a like a almost like an exploratory manner. I assume like most of the time turn undead is like this huge, like, stay away kind of,
Yeah, Turn Undead is a proclamation of the divine power for you specifically, a revelation of your own God's presence in your own soul that you bring forth and use against those of a negative nature.
Okay, just to try to.
You can't be like Turn Dead Light.
No,
There's
let me
not a
try
dimmer
this.
switch.
Let me propose something. So, as a cleric of ROLL, I am naturally curious, and also I follow logic. I don't know if this is a friend or a foe yet, so I'm going to ask if I can, instead of like a banishment style, go away, more like a rerouting, or see like how it responds to. Does that make sense? Almost like oil and water, like that kind of thing.
Okay.
Is that?
I like the creativity. With using Turn Undead,
Mhm.
unfortunately, the power itself isn't yours. It is borrowed.
Okay, gotcha.
Or more specifically,
Mhm.
it is already predefined by the god you worship.
Okay.
That specific use, in order to try to change it to become a little more warding as opposed to repelling,
Mhm.
I would like you to roll a wisdom.
Ooh.
And a successfully high enough roll will please the god enough to allow for a change, or at least the servants or representatives of the god that are online waiting. Call now. Go ahead.
Your call is important to us.
That's low.
And it occurs to you as you try to really focus and try to bring your god's, because you know this is a right the god has granted you. And you think about all of the components of that, and what kind of earnest inflection is required to pull this off, and you realize that it is beyond you to change the nature of this currently.
Okay.
Although they have recorded this call for training purposes.
Quality insurance purposes. Okay. Well, I let the little amulet fall back down into my chest, and then I follow the others, watching the fog.
Fantastic. Everybody else who's not trying to we'll call
Trying
it
to roundabout the fog.
left turn undead.
Yeah.
Just trying to move them around.
Yeah.
Jesse, you're looking down at the coffin that has been exhumed. The coffin itself is down 10 feet from the floor and lays heavily on the bottom of that stone pit. All sorts of things have been dropped down there. Debris, devil litter throughout the time. Oh look, there's definitely some forks and bones and likely all sorts of body parts that have been collected over the years, that have decayed and become just stains or unidentifiable mounds of something that are just stuck to the walls of the exhumed stone, or possibly even the casket itself. There's regular rubble as well, but notably, as you guys have been down there before, there are holes that have been drilled in, as if someone took a manual drill and spent about a year trying to drill carefully through to not crack the actual coffin itself, which is stone, and bears that emblem, if you may recall. That's the face of someone who recalls. I like it. Go on.
Can you open it, Jesse?
One question though. Are these fresh holes or old holes? I don't remember.
Looking at the holes, they were there when you got here the first time, although that was only hours and hours ago, possibly. But they don't appear to be new, as some of the holes also have evidence of debris and liquids and whatnot, little drain marks. If you take a coffee and you pour it down the drain but don't rinse the sink, there's that kind of evidence nearby to each hole, and there's no new fresh coffee stains, but rather old, established, never going to get rid of. Good luck with your steel wool stains.
So you want me to open this, Gislin?
I mean, we've opened every other coffin we've found, so...
That's true. I'm do it. And I'm not going to be nice and pretty about it either.
Welcome back, Master.
I just disappeared into the ethereal plane for a moment.
You're not. How are you speaking
You're not
without
back
moving your
yet.
face? Your face isn't moving, Master. It's
Help
creepy.
me.
Don't do that. Stop. Ah. Is that possible?
Let me fix this.
You look so
Oh,
concerned.
bad.
You're so
Oh, no.
concerned right now, Master. Why are you so? Just change your expression, please. Please.
Davros had a stroke a little while ago, and now his whole face is frozen.
Someone called me a poet. I don't like that at all. No more rhymes. Now I mean it.
Anybody
wanna beat it?
It's knee-jerk amongst people who play D&D. I can say that anywhere, in any store or any group, and that's the response.
It's contractual obligation.
It is. It's amazing, and I love it because that's the best movie ever. All right.
All right. So there's not going to be no more reading after I break it, because it's not going to be pretty.
The imp leans into Cadaver's double negative. That's tricky.
Just wait till you see the triple negative.
I must smash it. I'm going to jump down there and I must smash it.
As part of your jump.
Yes! Yes! I'm going to stomp on this coffin.
Make sure you don't fly by accident.
Stomp on it.
Oh, you're right. I got to be real careful not to fly.
Yes.
So you're going to hit A, B
I
at the
have
same
seen you
time.
fly.
You put the joystick into the up position, but then you twirl it around as you land. Go ahead. Stomp. Is there a mechanic you're using? Or is
I have
this
no
just
idea.
fun? Fantastic.
Falling.
Seen
As
the
you
ground
jump
pound
down,
mechanic.
It's,
Can I use my aspect of the beast
You
to
can use your ass if you
No.
want. Ass of the beast.
just
Yeah.
gives me advantage?
as you cannonball into the 10-foot coffin down there, that's lumpy and full of debris. It's an interesting choice to go butt first.
Slam into it. I like to
Not the choice of words. That's not the choice of
gluteus
words.
min maximus.
So, let's read and see if we can't just modify the rules to make this aspect of the butt. Okay.
Aspect of the ass.
I will let you make an athletics strength check with advantage to successfully not face plant as you jump down there.
Sure.
Oh my lord!
26.
Why did we even have a roll?
I'm not sure. I just assume it works.
It's a 20.
It's
Oh
always
my
expensive.
gosh!
That's out of 2 called rolls, there has been 2 20s.
It's also not only a 20, but a 19 and a 20 on the board. Just
The 19
out
is
of
the
principle.
-1 after Holly rolled a 20.
Yes.
So
That's
okay.
amazing.
So you jump down there. I'm gonna allow you to auto crit if you attack it based on this jump. Please roll to hit. Hopefully it's also a 20, so it's easy to crit.
What am I doing? Sorry.
I don't know. You're trying to bust it open. I assume you're using your weapon. But if you want to do an unarmed attack with your buttocks, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm using my feet.
Yeah, that's what I meant, feet.
I'm trying to imagine this in my theater of my mind.
So,
So are you? Do you have a dice roll for your unarmed attack damage, or is it literally a fixed number? Because you can't crit in that case.
I do have
Maybe
an unarmed.
Slight loophole with crits.
25.
Oh my gosh! That's amazing!
Roll the damage. Stop rolling all these cheat numbers. You're ruining it for everybody else.
All right, sorry. 4. Is that
Okay.
acceptable?
Yes, it does 4 points of damage to the top of the as you come just jumping down and stomping it, and you hear the cracking of stone, but you don't see the crack. Maybe the impact has affected the interior of the stone you've landed on a little more than the exterior, but it is very, very solid, and it looks like you're going to have to do 3 or 4 more cannonballs to see any kind of result.
All right, I'll do that.
Climb back up, guys. All right, this one is a swan die. All right.
I will stomp this coffin apart.
Sorry. Gislin said it is just such a great idea. I just have to keep myself from not flying. It'll work.
No problems. We are not going to roll any more
Okay.
athletics. You're just going to continue to climb upward and then fall down stomping until the stone itself gives way. This is a slow process as you are only doing 4 points per
Agonizingly, like.
and everyone is just watching, and the imp has cocked his head to the side, and as far as you can tell, the fog is not pursuing this course. It hasn't come in this direction at all. Finally, after minutes of stomping, a large crack comes across the top of that coffin, and this is the kind of crack where half the coffin lid itself breaks and falls a few inches below its the rest of the coffin lid. With any kind of concerted effort, you could lift the broken piece easily, or you could try to pry up the larger piece that remains.
I'll pick up the smaller piece.
Okay. Bringing up the smaller piece, which by the way isn't a small piece at all, but just the smaller piece. So this large piece, where you stretched out your arms, comes off about a quarter of the beginning. Please place your icon right there on the
Oh no.
coffin itself. No reasons. and you toss away the large quarter piece that's been shattered and broken and torn away from the rest of the piece. And inside, you see what appears to be some sort of fabric lined coffin. The coffin itself, the fabric itself is literally turning to dust before your eyes. This likely didn't have any kind of this is likely a very, let's just go with it's very old and fragile. Disturbing it in such a manner has kicked up a lot of dust. As you see, thick particles of dust are in the air. The kind where you'd be like, this is almost a gaseous attack, except for there's no roll, it's not. It's just the dust gathering. Laying on top of the fabric itself, which looks to be some sort of ornate pillow, rests the head and body, and the rest of a desiccated corpse. It's almost preserved in nature. The wrapping of the skin is close to the what appears to be preserved muscle, so you can see definition. But all of it is a mottled gray black, and I don't mean like a little bit of gray, a little bit. I just mean this. It's worse than concrete mixed poorly. It's just this mottled stretch of dead skin, much like a zombie. It's also in weird proportions, as if each part of the body has more or less muscle mass that has ended up in this kind of strangely preserved way.
I hold up my axe like a...
I mean, looks dead to me, Jesse.
Oh.
Is there anything else down there, or is it just a body?
Jesse, you would like to roll an investigation?
Yeah. $18?
Whoa! I'm glad. That's good. Tell us what's wrong with this thing.
Because rolling all these high numbers means you will for the rest of the session.
Shut
But
up! Don't say that!
What? I'm trying
Wait,
to
no,
say
Jesse's
you
the
will.
one that rolled 6 natural 20s 2 sessions ago, right?
Yeah, I don't think Jesse, has a... She might slump into, the mid-teens, but...
I remember a combat recently where there was a slump, but okay.
I do too. It was disappointing.
It didn't happen if we don't remember it.
I can ignore it all.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so looking into the, there appears to be some sort of gems and jewelry strewn about down near the what you would, because you can only see the upper torso of this creature, down to just past the hip, and on the right side, as if a hand was clasping a bag at one point, and the bag has disintegrated to nothing, and underneath some of the just pieces of old leather and whatnot, there appears to be some jewels and gems.
Who could this be?
Hey,
Down here we've only encountered vampires and things that haven't stayed dead. But what is this?
I mean,
Who is this?
my money's on it'll let us know momentarily.
Tia, you're at the door. You're
I
not
am.
close to the just dead body. So
you don't know this. There's a bunch of jewels down here.
Jack Fat.
I mean, is it anything you want? If not, just leave it there.
I don't know. Didn't you get some sort of book that told us that we needed certain materials or something to get the hell out of hell?
Are you talking to Tio or Gislin?
Anybody, whoever's listening.
Jesse's yelling.
Yes.
General you.
If there was a book and Tio's got it, I don't remember because I wasn't here for that.
It was pre-marriage Tio.
We have a bunch of materials for...
You married Tio. Wait.
Wow. That's
Pre-marriage
Whoa,
Tio is back a while.
In a couple of
You know
years.
what I mean? It was before you left.
pre-OnlyFans too. Did we get a book with the components for the teleportation circles?
Don't you remember we went to the we went and poked each other with swords
At 15 degrees angles.
in the
Oh wait, was that before that?
that was way
It was
before
45 degrees.
This is when Gislin
We
and
found-
I
we
had
found-
a cat fight.
that. Yeah, we found the Hag's book.
Oh, that was way back. Okay.
I assume that's the book that Jesse is referencing.
I'm just gonna take these
You're
jewels.
gonna have to assume. Yes.
Actually,
Don't you hear that book?
it was in.
Which one?
It was in hell. It was
I
in.
mean, the one we found by the ritual place for the
Uh,
switch?
Yeah. The where the portal is here. The
Endeavors,
inactive.
you can fill in Jesse to remember those contents if you so choose. Beth,
I don't
Roll
remember the
remembers?
specifics other than the fact that the book existed.
I know we have all those.
the book allows you, for those who are viewing at home and are brand new to our stream, and this is the only reason I'm talking. The book allows you to continue and finish the ritual of the sword, allowing the sword to become a commanding sword based on racial blood. It becomes a specified sword, and also can later be used as an anchor for a teleportation circle. Specifically for the people it represents in that case.
I
This
have
sword
no
has not
recollection
been
of this.
completed to that level. This sword was in the small, slow process of that, and was still being held. As devils are a long-term game folk. They're like, we have all of eternity. Just take the next 3 decades and do that. That's fine. They don't have quite the same urgency as mortals.
I will reach in. You watch me? Okay.
Watching you, Jesse.
Who are you talking? Y'all watching me?
I'll reach in and grab the jewels.
Okay. Reaching into the casket itself, grabbing the jewels. Now, Jesse isn't a shy, like, oh no, a bug thing kind of person. But that being said, it is a little strange every time you bump the corpse's preserved flesh. The flesh itself tears away upon any friction. So as your arm comes against it, there's just this big piece that just comes with it and peels off like chicken skin. It is cooked chicken, not raw chicken skin. That's fine. But you get the jewels itself, no problem. But you have to end up picking picking up each individual, as whatever container it was once in is no longer useful or viable.
Just put them in my pockets one at a time.
Laughing maniacally, you've now collected a bunch of gems, and I can give you these small little. I'll come up with the link with how many gems and exactly what that is in 1 second, but it's coming up. So, after taking the treasures, and it does appear to be only monetary value in gems, although notably, all of the gems look like bloodstones. That's
know what
just
that
a
is.
nice little.
It's a ruby.
It's just a nice little extra. Oh, somebody died. Let's give them a blood. Here in hell.
That's what the holes are for. Bloodstone for you. Bloodstone for you.
Oh,
And here we go.
Well, find anything you like, Jesse?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I will
5.
take some of that zombie skin and toss it up.
6 bloodstones and 1 bracelet containing a variety of small rubies
Bloodstones.
and diamonds, every alternating with a what appears to be a very old and tarnished golden clasp that keeps it together.
All right.
Still appear to be functional. It's pretty. Needs some cleaning. Gotta
Nothing
dip it
I
in
would
that
wear.
stuff. Turpentine. That'll clean that right up.
How's our fog situation?
I watched it briefly, and it seemed to be going towards the drain in the room with the slimes. I don't know where that leads. I don't know what it is. I tried talking to it again, but I couldn't get anything out of it.
Nope, that's wrong. All right, so the slimes itself don't reappear, even though I click and drag accidentally. The fog itself has left your view. That's a weird door on the end of this hallway anyway. So looking around it at that weird corner, you don't see the fog in the small space. You can still see.
I will help Jessie up and out when she's...
I'm ready.
Helping Jessie out is an automatic. Although at any given point, Jessie might give in to temptation and pull you in.
And then I would put an arrow in her throat, and then I would climb out.
That's happened to Jessie
Teamwork.
before. It's not going to stop her.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, I better mute this. I'm getting notifications.
I guess that solves one of the many mysteries of this place.
What mystery does it solve exactly, Gisson?
What was in that coffin? Jules.
That's true. That's true.
The dead body.
I
Not
just-
missed. Maybe we should
It
look at the
opens-
other one.
More to me, what is that in the coffin?
It's a body.
Yes, but of
Further-
who?
Further examination requires both proximity and rolling.
Well, I threw up that piece of flesh.
But
I did not catch it.
Oh,
It's
Well,
just
damn.
on the ground.
this is for you. Oh.
it falls off the bone like chicken. Literally.
Y'all know chicken adobo?
I'll take a cloth from my belt and pick it up.
Okay. You
And
may roll a
investigate it.
medicine check if you
Okay.
want. This is a very old sample, so it is a very high DC. But if you roll Jessie-like numbers, no problem.
Just roll high.
Just do that.
Just
Yeah.
roll good.
That's what Holly does. Just do that.
That's why I like to tell Holly to do crazy
Ah, yes.
things.
Oh, Tio follows Jesse with Tio numbers. A natural 1.
To you, it
Oh,
doesn't
man.
even look like skin. To you, it looks like maybe rotten leather.
This looks like rotten leather.
I mean, leather is skinned here.
Yes, but there's a process, and it looks like it's already gone through it a bit.
I have no idea what this could be.
I mean, it looks like rotten flesh that's sat in hell in a coffin.
No,
for...
Gislin, I mean, what it belonged to. Did it belong to a bearded devil? Did it belong to a lieutenant? Did it belong to a mistress of a previous lieutenant? I don't know. I want
I mean,
to know.
when you die and are buried, and then somebody goes and takes off your skin, are they going to be able to sort that from?
No, but I should be able to tell something from the way it's buried, or what it looks like, or the corpse composition, or what its face looks like. I don't know, something, and it's just It's
Tell her to
it's-
eat it.
disgusting. It's
Have you tried eating it?
Oh god.
no, Cadaverous. Do you want to?
The imp is so happy. He's like,
I
Oh,
lean
no,
over to Tio. I lean over to Tio and I say, I think the imp is rubbing off on Cadaverous.
I'm no scientist.
the imp's
or
like
a
flying
cleric,
behind Cadaverous, giving a little massage.
But part of the process of finding out what something is, taste does matter.
So we should just lick things as a matter of course now.
Yes, he
Jesse,
does.
Jesse, cover your
That's
ears.
ownership in hell. You can't just do that.
Jesse, why don't you? I just start talking to Jesse, just pointing at the flesh, pointing at mouth.
I mean-
Yes, yes.
I'm gonna tuck it in my pocket
Jesse's
before any kind of
hearing
mischief
no
can
evil
happen.
right now.
Yes, because Jesse will eat it. So
By the way, because your arms disappear for a second, you look like some unnamed Star Wars princess recently. Amazing.
That's really funny.
well, if the fog is cleared out, we can perhaps compare and contrast our scientific findings
That sounds wonderful.
and see what's in the other coffin. Maybe you can taste test both of them side by side, blind comparison.
What if we didn't just eat things we found on the floor?
Well,
Don't
we didn't.
worry.
We found it in a coffin.
That's worse.
Oh.
I've got it in my pocket, and no one's getting it unless they really
Well,
need
why
it,
are you
so-
bringing it with you,
Just
Tio?
in case. Just in
Tio.
case. Just
Tio.
in case.
Tio,
Yes,
you've been in
listen.
hell for too long. Put the rotten
We all
flesh.
have.
Put
Let me
the
take it with
rotten
me.
flesh down.
No, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to do some research on it when we get above the surface again.
What if it has some disease on it that you're bringing
Then
back?
I'll leave it behind. I'm a cleric. I can cure wounds. I can do something
Oh,
to sanitize it. Let me take it. Just let me take it. Let me have this. This one thing. Let me have this one thing, Gislin.
Like Tio just shaking a piece of rotten meat. Let me have this.
Do I see any fog? Gislin walks away, rolling her eyes.
Eye rolling doesn't require a roll. So
It's a cunning action to
Yes,
roll your eyes.
Can I uncover my ears now?
Yes.
She can't hear you, Gislin.
I'll nod.
Gislin.
I'll nod for Jesse. There were just some compromising ideas flowing around that we thought that it'd be better if you didn't hear them.
I mean, take a nibble.
Shut up!
Hides behind cadavers. Gislin, you don't see fog anymore. The fog is either dispersed completely or is lurking in a condensed form elsewhere.
Here, party. Come on, party.
Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I'm taking notes because I forgot completely about the book. Did you say it was in there as a condensed form, or it's not in there as a condensed form?
As condensed milk goes, as a condensed form goes,
We don't see it.
Gislin doesn't see a condensed fog, so
Okay.
it's possible.
I
that
don't
it
see anything.
Either dispersed, or it's possible it moved.
It became an
to
aerosol.
someplace, somewhere else.
The fog that you do not see is iocane powder. Odorless, tasteless, dissolves instantly in most dungeons.
Okay, and I'd bet my life. It's obligatory. Obligatory. That's how I say it.
Okay.
Gislin, Jesse, you entered the first chamber close to the. This is the imp Praetorium, and the coffin just past it. Notably, the imps on the floor that were completely butchered and piled to try to stop oozes from coming into cracks and stuff.
It was
from
a
the
solid
other side.
plan.
That was great. Have a much deeper darkened color, as if they had been
Exsanguinated?
that's a bit
Ooh.
harsh of a word. It's not quite to that effect. As if they've gotten sick, even though they're already
They're
dead.
dead.
Are
Can
those
I-
little? Oh wait, no, I'm not there. Sorry.
Is this any sort of... Does this look like a natural, but accelerated rot, or something that's, supernatural?
You may roll a religion check. So
Typing on an iPad is incredibly difficult.
as strange, random, futuristic thoughts are echoing down the halls, driving
man.
people mad.
Typing someone's eye.
Yes. As Holly has really cornered the market on good rolls, Gislin, you're like, is this accelerated? I'm not sure what the imp physiology would be normally. This is outside my favored terrain, so.
It's impossible to know.
The
No.
devil is in the details.
Yes. Fiender's Keepers.
Jokes too soon. Stop. Oh my gosh, please.
Still no fog?
No fog whatsoever.
I will open the door.
The door opens easily.
Ha. Did you see that, Jesse? I opened it all by myself.
Yeah, you're a good door opener.
Thanks.
Tio, Cadaverous, you're still all the way.
I'm
in the
sorry, I'm
room.
trying to take notes and I can't.
I like to imagine that Tio is actually sitting there taking notes.
Bold of you to think that he's not.
With like the flesh in one hand and the scroll here.
He's like
The flesh is in
tracing
the
it
cloth,
onto a
it's
piece
just
of paper. He's like, this is what the flesh
She's
looks
doing
like.
a rubbing.
Yeah. With a crayon.
And then it turns out we like steal his notebook later, and it's just pages and pages of pressed rotten flesh in there, like dried flowers.
Gosh, that's
with
my
really
wife.
good
Concerning.
notes like an arrow and then maybe something.
We'll check later.
4
It's
years
canon.
ago, what was this?
it's canon.
Kobold tail. That's the only one that's labeled. So everyone has gotten close to.
Oh, the great.
into,
Oh.
the great coffin area. Once again, the round table that covers over 3/4 of the circle then leads to a small, what appears to be drainage gully. That's hard to say. Coffin itself lies on a flat slab. The chains themselves thick, but no longer glowing red. The damage that Jessie did, her mighty attack to let loose the fog itself, very evident. There's nothing in the way of looking at it or examining this coffin at this point.
I'm going to do something. Are there any pebbles or anything around me?
Fruity or cocoa?
Cocoa.
Excellent. There are cocoa pebbles there on the bench itself.
Okay. Can I take one of those cocoa pebbles and cast light on it and drop it down the grate next to me?
You may.
Okay.
Yeah, finding debris in where the imps lived was super easy. The imps created lots of debris naturally. What that little cocoa pebble might actually be, we're not going to discuss.
I pick it up with the cloth.
Drop in the flesh. Oh. And you drop down the light. The drain goes about 5 feet and then makes a T, which appears to be a pipe it's connected to.
Okay. I wonder why the fog didn't go down this one. I'm gonna mumble that.
The T here specifically is in the same direction as the wall you're facing, where the drain comes out of. So it would run along or underneath that very wall. But that being said, hard to say.
Okay. All right.
Also looks very dry, as if
Nothing's in.
it's not often used as a drain. It's just here.
Okay.
Gislin, you're very close to the coffin. Anything particular?
Jesse,
Mm.
do you think you can open this?
I don't think I know.
That's what I like to hear.
Shall I break the chains? Yeah, that's probably the best idea, right? Yeah,
I leave
I'm
it
just
to
gonna
you.
break the chains.
Is the coffin made of wood?
Coffin itself is made of fine wood.
Well, I could break the box if you want, but I just feel like it'll be easier to get the pieces out if you move the chains.
There are set in stone, almost as if it were the wood were carved to put stone inserts throughout this coffin. That includes the emblem, that includes the arcane markings that have been placed on top, etc., etc. But the the coffin structure itself is wooden, and you can absolutely attack and destroy those things. Given enough time, enough Jesse.
Well, we have one Jesse in infinite time.
All right.
Have we eaten recently?
Could eat that.
You want a turkey bone?
No,
I got
I'm
one
just
left.
wondering if I'm.
Famished for flesh.
No, if I'm hungry for food from my own plane, or if I'm just sustained on the unnatural energy down here somehow.
That makes no sense. Your plane has lots of flesh.
All right, I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna try the chains first.
Okay, are you attacking it with your weapon, or are you just trying to give it the people's
Oh
elbow?
no, I'm fully capable of breaking out chains, metal things with my body inside of a box, so I can do this with my hand.
You would normally think so, but these chains are represented by how thick they are on the map, considering that each link is very, very thick.
I want to try it with my hands first.
Okay. You may roll a strength athletics check.
With aspect of the beast.
I would help you, but it won't do anything, so I'm not going to. I'm just gonna watch.
Is anything really impossible in D&D, or is it just
24.
the
Yes,
check
you-
is too high?
As much as that's an amazing roll,
It has muted you. So that roll has muted you.
me?
It's so yeah. Oh, you're back.
Am I back?
Yes,
That was a very strange mute.
it was.
Nope, that's not needed. So,
Michaela,
um,
I want you to ask that question to yourself again about real life. Is anything impossible, or is the check just too high?
That sounds like a good truly to me.
That's a good
Sounds like
truly.
motivational posters.
in the good book of Trulies. So, what I had said was, unfortunately, that roll
I get it now.
is a great roll, but not quite sufficient enough to break this very thick chain, something akin to what would anchor a ship. This is a very, very thick chain, and you
All
are
right.
incapable.
I will use my. Oh,
This is
Tio.
set to the impossible level.
Can I get my axe?
Your
Take
axe.
that dog.
Can I get my axe?
Can I get that axe?
Back that axe up.
If you'll tell me where it is, yes.
It's in the bag. In that.
Oh,
in
the
that-
bag, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I will. What's wrong with the one you have?
It's silvered and special.
Oh, I see. I'll take it out.
She needs her breaking axe.
Yeah, I need my breaking axe.
I also will hand you a snack to keep you from eating any flesh
Oh,
around
no.
here.
May or may
Yeah,
not have.
I'll stick that in my mouth. And then I
It's
will
a fruit roll up.
Made of zombie flesh.
All right, then like sushi, I'll just roll
I believe
it
that's
up
called
with my tongue.
A glute roll up.
A glute roll up.
Oh no. Beth, that was really good. You're a bard in
But
real
what's
life
the opposite
too.
of good, Beth? That was really bad.
With my non-silvered axe, I will break the chain.
Tio has created a fruit roll-up by getting a fruit compote, flattening it out, and casting necrotic magic until it's down. So, anywho,
That's all
you're
he's good
breaking
for.
the axe. You may attack. There is a D&D
Just told the
Beyond.
dead over.
We're technically flanking the coffin.
It's true. But my ass of the beast.
Your beastly ass? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, my beastly ass gives
We'd
me
like to
advantage.
apologize for those watching at home.
Sorry. Couldn't help myself. Oh, that's strength checks. Oh, my bad.
Please, beastly ass.
Just kidding. I was just kidding about my ass.
Okay, so you can roll now. If you're using D&D Beyond and you have the,
Be right back.
if you have the little D&D Beyond plugin that lets you then roll 20 with it, there's an option in the plugin that says you can auto crit, and that is what's happening here. Is the item is not trying to dodge.
Where is this option?
I just said it's in the D&D Beyond.
Yes.
plugin. So you
In
click
the plugin.
plugin,
Okay.
You need a beyond options. You don't have to.
Force critical hits. I
Yes.
see. I see.
You want to keep it there, but then you want to immediately undo it, please.
Okay. Did that roll?
It did roll.
Okay.
You also rolled amazing damage. Huh?
I see it.
How's that even possible with you?
I don't
You
know.
rolled 2 ones. That's what you did. You rolled literally 2 ones on 12-sided dice. It's amazing. So, your breaking axe appears to be a little more notched than the chain. So, just to let you know, in the DMG, there's a small part of the DMG that talks about object strength, and there's something called object hit points. But before that, objects have both an armor class, hit points, and they also have something called a damage threshold. And damage threshold itself is a big deal because it's like, I'm immune to damage lower than the number of the threshold. This is iron chain. The number of the threshold is not 0.
All right. Well, I'll just do the wood then.
Okay, as you start hacking away at the wood right next to the
Chain.
pieces of stone and in between the chain and the structure itself. Go ahead and roll that damage again. Just roll the damage that's already... Can you even do that? Can you just roll... Click?
You can just click Great Axe again, right?
I can't click it.
I cannot do
Oh,
that.
no.
It's odd.
With
Odd.
auto
Mhm.
crits?
Yes, please. Okay, so the wood starts chopping, and we're not going to continue rolling until you finally meet the hit points required. We're just going to say that this is approximately the damage you're doing per swing, and within 3 swings, you've sundered the wooden frame on the almost the entire side of the coffin, and the coffin itself can be pulled open as these small stone inserts are falling away from the coffin, shattering on the ground once they get there.
I will move some of the wood pieces around the chains. Just chunk them across the room.
They're tossed.
Is it empty?
The wood pieces, yes.
The coffin!
So looking inside the coffin, as the rest of it just kind of is very easy to view from Jesse's side of the thing, you do see that there is no body, and that apparently arcane script has been etched into the stone inserts on both sides. That still remain. It's now very much an incomplete set because you've destroyed a few of the inserts that have fallen away from the side, but there are 0 things in this coffin at this point. Whatever was here has vacated.
Well, good to know.
Here, Tio, here's some writing I know you like to read.
I'm gonna cautiously work my way over around Aurelia and Cadaverous into the room, sticking to the wall, and then I'm gonna come back over around and come over here and give them both a dubious look, and then duck down. Looking
landing on your shoulder, kind of like one of those spider monkeys. The imp kind of leans over your own head and whispers at Tio as she's like very cautious. He just goes, and so that's doing that at this point. Its tail wraps around your torso a little bit for stability. It's quite the strange embrace. Tio,
like my wife.
You're able to get where you need to go. There's no reason to be alarmed. There's no obvious or apparent enemy here.
They called me over, so something's wrong. I'm gonna look and see if I can read what the script says. I'm assuming it's gonna be an infernal.
Unfortunately, the script itself requires you to be in what's left of the coffin. If that's what you're trying to do on the internal side, you've already.
Can I
looked
pick
at
up a fragment and see what the fragment says?
Absolutely. As when I say shatters, I do mean crack and break. So you can absolutely pick up pieces of these stone inserts and take a look.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can read it at all, and if I can, then I won't go inside.
I'm gonna need to get in there. First. You can go ahead and roll me. What languages do you speak?
I speak. Give me a moment. The list is so long, you know. I just have to.
You can click that. You know, it'll show
I actually
everyone.
don't know where to click. I can't remember.
Just click the word language. Like so.
Lower left. There you go.
That's me.
So you
but-
do.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Okay, I was looking under features and
I
traits.
was
Sorry
like,
about
how
that.
do you have this? Wait a minute. I like how Ghislaine's like just in the middle of fighting, and she's like, "I think I know Thieves' Cant.
It just came to me while I was in the...
I figured out the code."
Thieves can't. Well, I can.
I had his decoder ring, and it's talking about like, you know.
This is where you get weed.
Anyway,
Okay, I speak.
Ovaltine? What?
I speak Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Sylvan.
Okay, so you may roll your Arcana. If you so
Okay.
choose.
Something tells me they're runes.
Why would you ruin it for everyone by spoiling that?
You're gonna ruin the day you were born, Ghislaine, once I'm done reading this. 23.
The script is clearly in Infernal, but
Ah!
there are characteristics of the arcane symbology that is universal, and you are able to pick and choose a few of these symbols. They are not in the same order as you would expect. You're not sure if that's a language issue or an arcane and not good enough issue, but you feel that you have a grasp of these specific symbols that you're able to do, and they are indeed symbols that would be in line with a magic circle and that kind of spell.
Magic circle, like keeping things out or in? I don't know
Magic
enough
circle
about
is
it.
versatile, and depending on how the ritual is cast, including the invocation of that ritual, you can then keep things out or in. It doesn't. The components do not change based on the function of this dual function ritual.
Okay. I'll communicate that, and then I'll say, something is very bad if the Lieutenant of Hell is keeping, or was keeping, this entity inside this coffin. This strong of a spell is those chains. I don't know. Something is wrong.
I mean, we let it out by
I
Jesse
know.
grazing it with an axe.
The imp is grooming the side of your head like a monkey. So that's very bad. Something very bad.
I mean, I hate to sound indifferent about all of this, but some problems in hell are beyond us solving, and if we let something evil out in the midst of a bunch of other evil things, maybe that's actually good.
I mean, unless it follows us back.
That's
Well-
true.
Evils makes a good.
Yes,
All-
you're
If
right.
you do enough evil things.
Cadaver sort of whispers over to Aurelia while it's going, "Is this what fatherhood's like?"
Because Aurelia is really well versed in fatherhood.
Well, she did have a father.
And
Cadaverous
she
also
has
had
a
a father,
hood.
but it was so long ago that it doesn't remember
Been
anymore.
many millennia.
I mean, we just met Cadaverous' father in the other room.
Oh.
I lean over to
I'm trying to
Cadaverous,
understand what.
I think you're being
What's
taunted
there?
by beings beyond our comprehension.
What that means.
So, as long as it's not bothering us, I say we just leave it be.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I mean, we don't really know how to get home, so if it's waiting to hitch a ride with us, then it's, you know...
I'm just worried it will possess one of us or something like that. I don't know.
Yes, and then we do weird things like carry around rotten flesh and...
Look! dried flesh and rotten flesh are not that different. And just because the one that I'm carrying is rotten doesn't mean that you have any right to tell me what I can put in my pockets or not. I've seen what Jessie carries around in her pockets.
Don't look in my pockets.
There's nothing
Actually
wrong
makes
with that.
A
There's nothing
very
wrong with
valid
that.
point.
There's nothing wrong with that. So stop judging my
Pockets.
I once saw Jessie stuff a live pigeon in her pocket, and she only brought it back out after it was rotting.
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds like something I would do.
It
Look,
was so loud. There were feathers everywhere.
I'm only keeping this because I want to see what happens when dead flesh transports from one plane to the next. So this will be useful to someone somewhere down the line. Maybe not you, but
Have you heard the tales of the flesh merchants? Is that what you're
No.
trying to become?
the flesh merchant?
I'll give you 2 copper.
Is that some
The
kind
flesh?
of stod fairy tale or something?
Yeah, peddling. Never mind. Perhaps
I'm not
perhaps for
familiar with
another
a
day.
Flesh merchant. What's a flesh merchant?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Flesh merchant or none, there's something that got out that I
You just stop walking away. We're talking to you.
Tio, there's some more flesh on the ground over here.
I'm coming, Gislin. I'll follow her out.
We can walk and talk. I don't think there's much left here to
This
be
is, of course,
found.
referring to the imps that have a bit of an accelerated, not accelerated form of decay.
I just point down. Looks
Actually, speaking of that, do I see any of the little like leech-looking things that I saw on the other bodies earlier?
Looking carefully requires an investigation.
Okay, I've got bad eyes. I have not rolled this many skill checks in a long time. Really poorly,
you
too.
have
An
once again
8.
not rolled. So, as good as your Arcana was, this is the opposite. As you look, you see what appears to be an advanced decay of flesh. You have no clue where the leeches might come from or might not come from, whether it's atmospheric or whether it's inflicted for some other sentient purpose, but they don't appear to have any. Although indeed, these corpses were Jessied and Aureliad and Gisland for a while, so they are indeed not well preserved. A lot of them are just wreckage of corpse.
Okay. I'm gonna follow Gislin. I was just curious to see.
As you take a good look, one last look down at the corpses, you hear.
Gislin, do you think we should find that thing that could maybe get through the force field?
well, I think it's worth a shot. And frankly, I don't know if I can stomach much more of Tio picking the flesh off of all the dead creatures. I mean,
It was one thing. Jesse threw it at me and I picked it up. Let's move on and find this mechanism that Gadavras is talking about. I get up quickly from looking at the corpses.
I think Tio will be very interested in this creature, or maybe not. It doesn't have any flesh, so.
Does it have flesh, Volgo?
What does
No,
one have flesh?
does
What
not.
happened? Where?
The
What?
thing in the...
In the storage room, the large
The
golem
jailer,
like.
the jailer. Oh, it's invulnerable. It
Oh.
doesn't have flesh. It's a creature of not living. It's not alive. It's alive.
And you said that it might be able to get through that wall of magic.
Yes,
the
it's what
throne
it's
room.
for.
Will it get us through it? Will it destroy it?
You must control it. To control it, you have to magic.
Have to magic.
You must magic it. Yes, like the masters magicked it. I've seen the jailer do many things. Two things. I've seen the jailer put people in jail. and punish them. 2.5 things. That's what's like the part of the first thing is the punishment. And then I've seen the jailer bring prisoners to the chair in the throne room.
Do you mean like onto the dais where the throne is, or do you mean into the throne room?
Yes, correct. All of that.
So, if it takes one of us prisoner, it's going to bring us there.
Depends. If you control it, it will probably put you in where you want it. But if you don't, it'll put you in jail. Don't go to jail because you'll die. He's got like a toothy grin, like, you'll die.
These torches. Is there a way to
yes.
put them out?
Yes, magic them.
Oh gosh, Jesse, we're way behind you.
Now that the master's dead, they won't explode anymore.
Well, but they do cast light. I'm not a big fan of the light.
That's not magic. That's just side effects.
If the golem's master is dead now, who's controlling the golem?
It has no brain, so it just does.
Well, we should get along well with it then.
It is impossible to defeat. It's invulnerable to everything.
Well, it hasn't met Jesse yet. I mean, does anyone have anything that can control an invulnerable golem?
I have spells that perhaps could control a creature.
Good enough? Let me
You
just...
did work on an elemental earlier.
Perhaps we'll go try and... I mean, worst comes to worst, we can perhaps just... Will it give chase to us, do you think?
Probably.
Speak up, imp.
Will it give chase to us, Volgo?
What's the matter? Asmodeus got your tongue?
Am I muted again?
Yes. Did you write into your contract, Cadaverous, no more mime, imp? It's very disconcerting.
I didn't think I included that.
Yeah. Hell has many ways of punishing you.
So if I'm muted, let me talk louder. Does that help?
It might be a threshold thing.
Yeah, we can do it now.
It's a threshold thing. I'm too chill today.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can't change the threshold. No, it looks like I have to click things. I'm not sure how.
Don't worry, I can't walk ahead anymore because the wall is shut.
I'm gonna hit automatically adjust volume. If it goes terrible, let me know. Click. Hello, hello, better, same, worse,
Good.
nothing. Okay, good enough. All right, so the imp has said things like, if it sees you, it can put you in jail. You don't understand. It doesn't need to grasp you.
Well, it needs to see me, though, you said.
If it can see you, it can put you in jail. I can see you. But I'm not going to put you in jail. I would never do that. Unless my master tells me to.
Davros.
Well, I think the only way forward is through this door.
If only there was some way for us to open it.
Ah, I see. I see what's happening here. The flaw in the map is exposed yet again. As everybody just whoops. Wait, did I miss somebody?
You missed
it's-
me!
It's because you're nowhere near everybody.
I'm investigating the flesh again.
So everybody's now in the hall. There are some killed little spine devils that are there. There's Jessie's smashed box that she rolled out of because they dropped it. Poorly put together. It was just a quick transport method. More spine devils up this way. Yeah, the imps are kind of in the southern areas. The spine devils were all over the northern areas. Because then you start approaching the large storeroom door. There is our favorite taxidermied pieced together flesh-like
Flesh-a-corn.
unicorn.
Alright, well... mean, perhaps some of us should stay out of sight for this process.
Master, put in a guinea pig first and watch.
Yes. Actually, that's a great idea. Send the imp in.
I only
Volgo.
listen to Master. No, Master, don't be swayed. What are you doing?
I think we don't want to lose anybody from this.
That's
When you
true.
say it just needs to see you, what do you mean exactly? Be
If it's-
specific.
If its strange, fake gaze falls upon you, you may find yourself in jail. And if it
What
so
is-
wishes,
Jail. Where is jail?
There's a lot of cages in there.
yes, that.
In the cages.
And the lightning of the cages will kill you if it wants. It punishes and kills. Those who are weak die. No imps ever made it. Ever. Just, that's already, the test has already been done for imps, but not for you guys. But definitely for imps. No need to recreate that one.
Volgo, if somebody was invisible,
Hmm.
would this still apply?
Would what apply?
The gaze thing.
I don't think so. But
Okay.
maybe.
Alright.
I've never really seen anyone invisible near it because they're invisible.
That makes sense.
If only one of us, one of the creatures here, could innately go invisible so we could test this.
Wow, if only
Oh, I can
somebody
do that!
could do that.
I know
Nope,
how to
nope,
go
nope,
invisible.
Nope,
No.
not
Just
you.
point at Jesse. Yes, yes,
Wait,
yes.
can you go invisible?
Like this.
Jesse, I can see you.
Wait, Jesse. What happened to Jesse?
Just let.
Listen, don't play around with her like that.
What? I can hear you, Jesse. Where?
See? See? Gissel can't see me.
You know what? I'll allow this to happen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What? No!
I can go in there?
I'm easily swayed.
Oh. If you're in,
I grabbed the back of Jesse's jacket and started hauling her backwards.
Oh, that's
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
parental
Wait,
figures
wait.
are betraying us.
and started to try to haul Jesse backwards, but that's not
That's
something. That's not
That's a lucky grab there, Aurelia. How'd you get me?
If you touch
Oh
the
no!
sides of those cages,
I can catch her. Can I hold her? No.
don't touch the sides of the cages if you're in jail. If you're in jail, don't do that.
Don't
Fair
touch
enough.
this.
Real dopey.
Are they
Just don't be in
enchanted
jail.
somehow?
Yes, the electricity, the lightning.
Can I go in there or no?
Not yet, Jesse. Can I throw something over this torch and try to extinguish the torch, or like at least block the light from coming out of it?
Remembering that there's no it's just a swirl of magical light, fire. There's no actual physical form to it.
But it is emitting light.
Oh, absolutely.
So if it were to emit light into something surrounding it, then there would be no light escaping
Right,
it.
but there's nothing to put something over without falling through.
What are the
something
walls
along
made
those
out
lines.
of?
In this case, these are wooden paneled stone walls. So there's just like lining of wooden structure and frame.
I
But-
can try holding a pot or something over it while you go in.
I mean, there's a bunch of them to do. You need very long arms.
I will hold it. I will hold one pot for you, Gislin.
Well,
Volgo, there's like some kind of control panel behind the force field that your previous master, now deceased, used to use.
Huh?
You know of what I'm talking about?
I didn't hear you.
Oh. Behind the force field in the throne room, there's a control panel thing, right? That your previous master used to use.
Control panel?
Control something, a way of controlling things. These torches.
No, the master of the citadel had infernal right and sovereignty. So he would just wield his little scepter.
Scepter.
Yes, the scepter of the lieutenant of the citadel.
Is there still a
The
scepter?
lord of the
body?
citadel. Sorry.
Where is that scepter?
Yes, where is that scepter?
He just gives you the old shrugs.
But
Is it on the body?
There was no scepter found on the body.
How does sovereignty, divine,
Nope.
hellish, the other one, imperial hell thing work? If he's killed, how does it pass on?
So when you're in hell, you're a devil. And devils are given little positions. Like I had one room that I had to deal with. That was my position, right? One room. I'm steward of the room of that thing, right? So everyone has titles and positions and roles, right? Now each position comes with grants and favors, but the position itself isn't like a thing that they give to you. They give you a token represent it. The scepter was a token, so he was given the token because he had the position, not he got the position and therefore had the token. Does that make sense? You understand? You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Excellent. Token.
We need to find that scepter.
Would it even work though if we got it because we don't have the position?
No. But
Volgo.
why
No.
male models? What? The position is represented by the token. If you have the token, you are saying that you're in that position. Not you need the position to have the token. The token is.
Sorry.
You
I
under,
misinterpreted it twice.
what if the
3 times?
scepter is behind
all
the
3 times.
wall of force there?
well, that's going to be a big issue. I suppose defeating the creature. I'm sorry, the non-creature would help you get. No, that would break it.
You said it's invulnerable, though.
It's completely never been hurt as I've ever seen. But I'm also steward of the one room. I didn't see it often.
Can it be placated?
Well, Cadaverous, if it has a mind to control, you could try that. Can you do that without being seen?
If I sleep, yes.
Do you all remember when I cast spiritual weapon and it appeared behind the wall?
Yes.
We could do a little sweep around behind it before we go and poke the golem.
You mean in the throne room?
And yes. Why are you laughing?
I'm not laughing. I know my mouth is shut.
What's funny, Volgo?
She said poke the golem. The thing is, that makes the golem up.
No, she meant in the throne room beyond the wall of force.
Oh. I take back all my laughing.
Such a dignified little creature.
Now you're getting it.
I do have one other very far-fetched way that we could perhaps circumvent the path of this wall by traveling through extra-dimensional space. I've never brought this up before because.
Listen, you're speaking my language. Can you say more?
Yes, I was in the middle of saying.
Ethereal plane.
Please say more.
Mid-sentence.
No,
Continue.
I really like what you're saying. Can you please finish your sentence? Sorry for interrupting. Well, I have the ability to create a hiding place that exists beyond the fold, sort of.
Do you mean a pocket dimension?
I like to think of it more as sort of shadow beyond the shadows. But yes, and you create an opening, climb into it, and then you can climb out of the opening. But if we were to cast the opening such that it spans the space on either side of the wall, perhaps we could climb in one side and then out the other.
That is quite the idea. And who are you suggesting does this? Because I don't think I have the capability to do this.
Is it
To-
magic?
Climb the Me.
Is it-
I have the capability to do this.
It's always about you.
Go for it then.
I mean, I guess it's just worth a shot, since I don't think any of us have the ability to move. So yes, should we try this?
I think it's
You
a great
believe it'll
idea.
work?
I need length of rope.
I hand you 50 feet of hempen rope.
No, that's too much.
How much of
Smoke 49 feet of that, please.
Well, I take the 50 feet. I know how to make it shorter.
Please don't cut my rope.
I'm going
Is
to cut
the-
your rope.
I'm
Why do you not need 50 feet of rope? What's wrong with 50 feet of rope?
Because then I have to climb 50 feet of rope.
The imp
Isn't-
hovers above the blood pool. Ooh.
I'm worried that if this goes wrong somehow, and your little shadow dimension closes, that some part of you will be cut off somehow.
No, that's
If you end
impossible.
up- Okay.
I can say that I can only do this once, and once I climb out, I think it will go away. So I
Well,
can't
then-
be the one to do it.
I'll come.
Really?
Um,
Like, not if you cut my rope.
Aurelia, we don't even know if this will work.
How tall is the ceiling?
This is a very tall room, and the dais sits up above the rest of the room. So the ceiling has got to be at least, let's say, making a nice round 40 feet up from your position.
Right. I literally cannot use your length of rope. It is too tall. I will sort of.
Oh!
I will measure out 10 feet of rope, and then I will cut the rope.
Great. Now I have to put in my inventory 40 feet of rope and 10 feet of rope.
No, it's
No.
like 39 because it's going to start fraying. You know how it is.
Yeah. No,
I
you
think
don't
I
get the
have
10
extra
feet.
rope.
Okay. I'm just editing this.
I have, because we got that,
It's as Jessie stumbles over her own words, because then you've cut the rope.
All right, yes.
Hold on, I'll find it.
Everybody should be over here.
Sorry, I keep getting absorbed in the theater of the mind. And I
It's-
forget that the theater of the
It's
eyes
the
is here.
tray.
The theatre
All
of
right.
the mind.
it's in the Dungeoneer's kit.
I know that Pythons are in
You
there.
did find a Dungeoneer's kit. Guess what's in there?
Rope? Hold on. I'm
Flesh.
opening it right now.
All right.
Hors
So
d'oeuvres. What's in
Yeah,
there?
there's. Yeah, I'll just give Aurelia this extra rope that I have.
No, I've just accepted only having 40 feet of rope.
Nope, I've given you a rope.
I have 90 feet of rope.
so
Can you
I
imagine
will.
how you carry that? You just keep wrapping it around yourself or something.
Yeah,
Go on.
I will go as close to the edge of the. Does like touching this? It's not like painful. It's just sort of like a wall, right?
Not at painful at all. It is strangely like perfectly smooth, like impossibly smooth and slick.
All right. I will hold the rope sort of up to it. I will cast. So my intent is to cast this on the point that is like the wall. As I mean, it's
let's
actually. Let's hold on. Let me see. Yeah, the range is touch, so I have to be able to touch it. So I can only cast it up on the there. And I have no idea if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it anyway. So
right. So if you link
Yeah.
the spell, I'll make my terrible ruling.
yes, so I will hold the rope up against it, the 10-foot piece of rope, and you
The
see
range of touch is the touching the rope.
Oh, this is.
The target is the length of rope.
Yeah.
target is length of rope, but I
This
can't.
is-
But if the rope can't go past there, I can't cast it any further than I can move the rope.
Correct.
Because I have to be touching the rope. Unless somehow I could get the length of rope to the other side. There doesn't have to. I'd have to touch it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to do this right on the threshold. And it will go 10 feet up.
Unfortunately, it says one of the rope then rises until perpendicular to the ground. Yes, so it goes straight up. It doesn't go horizontal. It doesn't.
The wall is straight up, though, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Or is it spherical? Yeah, that's what I want. So, if the wall... So here's what I'm thinking, and obviously this is subject to rolling, right? If this is like the... I don't know how thick the wall of force is. I mean, I know it has a thickness, but Gislin doesn't know that. And so, if I make this go up, it creates an opening at the top of the rope, right? Which, that opening will overlap...
Assuming it doesn't go up, assuming it can go through, because the wall extends upward more than the rope does.
Right, so...
Roping, yeah.
My hope is to create a space or an entry to an extra dimensional space that spans through the wall, so I can climb in here. The wall is bisected by the interdimensional space. Climb out of the space-time continuum into my little pocket dimension, and then climb out on the other side because the opening spans.
I understand the concept.
That's my intent.
I'm going to look at one thing, and I'm going to ask you to do almost the same thing that Dio did. Please roll me the statistic that is used for your spell casting.
Wisdom.
Hey!
Does anyone have any...
I can bless you.
Would you like some help?
I need all the help I can get. Don't tell everybody, but I've never done this before.
Just remember that if you are lost in interdimensional space...
When do we have a long rest, by the way?
Your death will be
We
interesting.
haven't.
You're
We
inspired.
haven't, so we just leveled without a long rest.
Well, we haven't leveled yet.
Okay.
The level is not in effect just yet.
All right, so I have an inspiration.
You
All right,
have the milestone, but you haven't eaten the milestone.
We're
which of
holding
course
the
is that
milestone.
piece of flesh.
We're holding the
holding the-
milestone gently in our hands.
It's a mild stone.
Um.
Tender and
Okay, so I may use inspiration on this. Here we go. Big money. I'm definitely... It's a D8. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
Man, that was the same roll that I had.
14.
Okay. So as you cast the spell, which is an expended resource technically,
Yep.
you realize that the way you cast it defaults to 100% outside of the wall of force area.
So it does
You
not
are not-
overlap.
Not able to overlap it, and it appears, even though you tried to do it, that the wall repelled such a thing. That's how it appears to you. Whether that's the case or whether enough of this rolling, not that your character knows about it, but if you'd rolled high enough, I would have been like creativity reward, enjoy. But creativity reward has to be measured and metered
Right.
by random
Yeah.
roll. So, I mean, yeah. So that's what happened.
I will climb up into my pocket dimension.
It's so
Sad.
And then I pull up the rope. And now you can't see me at all.
Oh no!
Gislin's gone.
And now we can do whatever we want, says the imp.
She'll fall out in an hour. It'll be fine.
So, what's the rest of us gonna do?
Isn't you staying up there?
I don't think she can hear you. Well,
She doesn't
let's,
want
let's assume she's never coming back.
I can see.
Okay.
There's no interdimensional speakerphone. You can just, hello, who's in there?
So,
Oh,
my recommendation is that we pick one of you. Luckily, the one we are most willing to lose, and we'll send you in there invisible. Thoughts?
I can be invisible.
Jesse.
you know, devils have horns, so sending in someone with horns is probably the best choice.
Tio, you have horns.
They look completely different from his.
It's just a
I
potato
mean,
tomato.
perhaps we could cut
Those are
off
different
one of
things.
the creature's heads and...
Oh yes, wear it like a hat. Wait, where's this voice coming from?
You just see my head sticking out from like 10 feet.
Can I come up?
No.
Clubhouse.
I will climb down, and so the rope just sort of hangs there. And this lasts for an hour. So if this is somehow going to help us,
If things go
Here it
poorly,
is.
run here.
well, I mean, it makes you invisible. So
Should we take a rest?
It doesn't just make you invisible. It
Uh,
gives you an extra dimensional space you can get to.
yes.
If we take a long rest, I am able to go invisible and cast spells while invisible.
Those inside do get to see through.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But you can't cast spells past the threshold.
No, correct.
Well, if you can cast spells when invisible, that seems to solve all of our problems.
Yes, after I take a long rest.
Fair enough.
You have plenty of time. Nobody will be coming and investigating, I'm sure.
Oh. You.
I
What
mean,
if we-
there's literally no one left alive in here.
On this
There's the
level.
mistress, right?
Well, yeah.
Wives on a rampage are not a good thing.
Well, I don't see any other options unless we want to tempt fate and just sort of goad that jailer down here. There's too much light for me to be invisible to it.
I'm not confident I have enough divine energy to keep going for very much longer.
Well, then perhaps we fortify ourselves somewhere and go. The other thing
I'm
to
up
worry
there
about...
for a long rest. It's better.
Pointing where?
At the rope.
That's not going to last for long enough.
Try harder.
Keep casting it. 8
Yes.
times.
With my half caster level spell slots, I'll let you know when I can do that. At level 20, I can
If we
cast
hold
10
hands,
spells
I can
in a
help
row.
you.
The other thing that we might need to start worrying about is how we get home from here.
I have enough components for 10 teleportation circles. I just don't know how to use them. But I haven't really had time to sit down and think about it yet.
Well, perhaps it's time to sit and think.
Will that count from knowing Tio knowing himself? Can he do that in long rest, or is that like I have to think about it for a long time and I can't sleep while I'm doing that? Can I try to figure out how to use the teleportation circles during a long rest, or is that like a before a long rest kind of thing?
It's actually dealing with the book that lets you know. The hags had a bit of a
Book that I completely
teleportation,
forgot
etc., etc. Dealing with that requires alteration. So alteration requires no long rest, but rather hours of ritual instead. So
Gotcha.
if you're willing to forego the long rest, by all means, take the time to try to do that. You also need to be in the correct location. Now, the correct location, as is easily pointed out by Gislin walking down the hall, is here where the structure itself is ready for a portal to open. And that would be on the map here.
Okay.
So on the map there is an actual completed sci-fi looking teleportation circle on the wall. It has a little Stargate symbol, or it has a little Devil Gate symbol on it.
That it right there?
And yes, correct.
Okay.
And it is literally built into the wall. It doesn't. It's not active currently, and it would require
Oh no,
the
there's a
ritual
grate
itself.
there.
Isn't it great? Well, the grate itself is not part of the teleportation circle. It is there. That is true. There's also implements of torture on the one side. If you want to have tongs that are used for body parts.
We could have a family Thanksgiving.
No.
Well,
The imp grabs one. What's tong?
I don't. Do you all value getting out of here quicker or being prepared for things and investigating more thoroughly? Because,
Well, I value getting behind that force field.
okay, well then we need to rest.
I plop down.
Excellent. The torture chamber. Plop down.
Hang on just a moment, Gislin.
I stand back up.
You can keep sitting, but I don't know if
I
this is a
plop
good
down.
idea to sit here because there's a grate in the ground, and I saw the fog leave through a grate. And I don't know how the sewer system works in here, but it could very well come up through that gate at any moment.
I'm fairly certain we're never going to see that fog again. Why would it stay in the place of its own imprisonment?
I don't know if you can get out of here without a portal, so it's waiting to leave, I think.
Right. But if we don't open the portal, it has no incentive to do anything to us. If it's listening right now, it knows that perhaps we can open this portal, and therefore it's not going to do anything to hurt us until we do open the portal and it can escape. Do you hear that?
Smart.
You hear that? Fog?
It can incentivize us to move faster.
Affy. Fog more. Fog something. Something fog.
I don't think it can. We hold all the cards in this situation.
Besides, it
The
sounds
only-
like it's been in that coffin for hundreds of years. We can afford to wait 8 hours.
And if it wants to incentivize us to go faster, then it would get us past that wall of force. It's about the only thing that's going to speed up this process.
I see.
I'm also integral to the ritual and cannot be killed as a side of a integral.
All right, we'll rest here then. If you're all okay with that, I'm not the one that calls the shots. I just am uneasy and talk more as a result.
This god-awful room includes a fountain with some old bloodstains and a piece of leather over boards where people weren't resting but were rather strapped down to it, as the implement table near it was clearly aimed toward that. Otherwise, there's no nice comfy cushions here, but you're welcome to set up camp anyway.
Yeah.
Somebody can hang out in the egg.
In the egg,
The broken
Tio,
Iron Maiden in the corner.
don't get excited.
Volgo, are you able to keep
Yes,
watch for
master.
us? Let
Of
us
course.
know
Of course,
if anything
master.
comes by.
Volgo
Excellent.
never needs sleep. He doesn't cherish or value rest.
Well, how much rest do you need, Volgo?
I don't. I don't need any anything. I'm happy to help.
Volgo, you may be locked into this by means of contract, but that doesn't mean we can't be reasonable.
But you have been so far. Why would you start now?
I don't know. We could have killed you. That would have been
Unreasonable.
yes. So we weren't
Yes.
unreasonable.
Just have him keep watch. Stop
watch.
torturing him.
See?
I'm not.
Do the doors open into the room or out of the room?
The doors open. This specific door set, as is implied by the graphic, opens into this room a bit.
Perfect. I will sleep up against the door.
Mm.
An immovable object.
Yes.
Unstoppable.
Okay.
I, an immovable object.
So I'm going to ask somebody, but please do not act yet, to roll to see how or if this night becomes interrupted. But before we do, let's take a break. Take a good break right here and find out, as the long rest starts, if you're able to enjoy all of the benefits of leveling here in hell, or whether the night has yet more pains preventing you from enjoying the next level and the hit points it comes with. So take a break. Let's take 5, and we will see you shortly. Yes? Yes?
Dun, 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 dun.
Ba-bum.
Wow.
The superior Scorpio, the October Scorpios. Small little.
The Octorprios.
But beyond that, since I was born on Halloween, I do feel special.
You were a Halloween baby too? Holy cow!
You mean two?
That's just exciting. That's a very exciting day to be alive.
Two implies someone else.
Born-
I won't
born-
have it.
Yeah, I mean, she was born 5,530 days ago. Give or take.
A number.
We're live again, by the way.
I hate getting this old because at this point, birthdays are actually a bit of a slap in the face.
How many days old are you, Timur?
About like 3 or something. Like emotionally less.
I wasn't
Happy
born
birthday, I'm
yesterday.
born again.
I wasn't born 5,530 days ago.
Hey, Casey, it's 8,550 days ago.
Yeah, get it right, Casey.
Come
Yeah.
on, Casey.
This is
That's
math.
how old I am, stream. 8,550 days old.
Unless the internet website was incorrect.
Yeah.
Somebody
It's literally a
programmed it
random
wrong.
number
It's just a
generator.
It's a
I don't
program
know why
wrong.
it
It's a
changes
joke.
every time.
Hey, wouldn't it change anytime either? Never mind. Welcome back. Where were we? Oh, long resting. And the
Maybe.
most important role of your level. Who shall we ask?
What is the role?
We ask.
Is it
I
a
think
wisdom
Michaela should do it.
I
Gosh, Casey!
I think that we should vote.
I mean,
We
rolling
should-
for random encounters is no joke, Kayla.
Let's not vote. Vote's the wrong thing to say. Let's determine the person by rolling in order of names on the to include myself in order of names on the lower bar of Roll20. So Timur, Gislin, Jesse, Aurelia, Bethany, Kayla. Bethany, why are you always out? Odd person out. But all right.
I mean, Kayla is
So here's a
odd, too.
1d6.
What? What?
Number 4. It's actually Dora. Aurelia is number
Okay.
4.
Am I rolling a D100?
You are rolling a D100.
Big money, no whammies.
20% of the time,
No, we're fine.
you're
33.
fine. 80% of the time, you're not fine. Wait, no. I hate to say it, but you have completed a long rest.
Praise Jesus.
It's weird how we suddenly wake up with all these new abilities. Like my new ability to be 8% more healthy.
Well, the problem is, as you were sleeping, to help you level, the imp was sprinkling MSG on everybody.
Perfect.
Sprinkling what on us?
MSG, it's like
It's a flavor enhancer.
it's flavor.
No, I just couldn't hear what you said.
M-
Metal
MSG.
Gear Solid? Really? Why Metal Gear Solid?
I am bubbling with power.
Bubbling.
Disgusting cadaver.
So wait, 7. How
This
do you
is
get half of, when you get hit half of your hit die back? If you're at an odd number of hit die, do you round up or down?
I believe that might be the exception rule where you round up. But
Because I have 5 missing hit die. I guess it happens whenever
well,
you have an odd number.
if you
of
hit
missing
the
hit-
long rest button, it
Oh,
should
I
let you know.
According to D&D Beyond, you get 3 hit dice back. So it does round down.
You just got the level 7, so it rounds down. Huh, unfortunate.
3 back. So
Guess who's back?
that means
Back
I
again. Hit points back.
have hit points back. All right. Did I have a spell slot before? Oh, I did. Good berries in my pocket.
Pocket.
Ooh, joggy.
But then you also get a new hit die for the level that you just got. Right? Because if you had...
Right, you went from 6 to
So
7.
you automatically get your 7th level hit die.
Yes, that is not
Yeah.
a expended resource.
So I'm at 6 of a possible 7 hit die. Hey, Cadavers just can do all the things we need to do right now. Wow, no new spells, no new spell slots.
Master,
And
it's like you don't need them anymore.
I am a golden god.
You're neither
I wish I was there
golden
for that.
nor a deity.
This is
Norna
how
deity.
Cadmus pursued his evil art.
My tongue will throw them.
Cadavers' level in Warlock has been completed.
It
I
was
would-
only a matter of time.
The imp is my patron.
How disappointing. Who's
Patron
my
of
patron? This guy?
patron of the minion.
Look, as the
Coming soon
self-
to DM's Guild.
as others have declared, I am the king of minions, so that's fine. I'll make that character class up this week.
King of minions. Wait,
Your patron is a horde of minions. Yes.
you level up from level 1 to level 1, and then level 1, and you're just level 1.
Why do I keep getting cantrips?
That's funnier than what I was thinking. I was just like, you just become Gru.
All right. Well,
Oh. Yeah, never that.
Never that.
Did we all survive? Nobody died in their
It
sleep.
seems so.
Unless you know something we don't.
I mean, we are in
I'm
hell
sure
theoretically.
Someone died. Yes, likely.
I'm sure. Well, maybe they don't die in hell. Maybe it's just eternal torment.
Well, it's mostly permanent unless you have the spells to make it not permanent.
Gotcha.
But we are a big fan of eternal torment, especially the unwashed spirits that come down to us. Oh, it's so fun, just watching them torment. Good.
Anyway,
Moving
let's get on
on.
with it.
So through the wall, is that what you're done?
What's through the
Let's get
window?
down to business.
The window.
Let's
The
get down.
wall.
No,
Oh.
like that. The portal's here, sir, master.
Nope.
This
No,
portal,
We're
right?
not going through the portal. We're going through the wall of force.
But now there's the fog person.
What about the fog person? There's no fog. Did you see fog?
No, but you lied about the portal.
What?
We
No,
didn't
no,
lie about the
Oh,
You
portal.
didn't lie.
Just not yet. We're
We
just
just
getting through a wall. of
haven't
force.
told the truth yet.
The imp flies all the way to the taxidermied unicorn and lands on its hind section and sits there,
The cadaver corn.
perched like a little gargoyle on top of a rump.
A rump gargoyle.
Volgo, now that I'm
Yes, not my master. What do
I've
you want?
slept, I have questions for you.
I only listen to
Seen a
master.
woman down here? Have you seen a woman running around down here without any clothes on?
He
Or was that
points-
just a trick? Was that some kind of trick to just
He points to Aurelia and Jesse. They have clothes on.
Gislin is wearing pants.
other than them?
Pants.
Someone not with us. Like long brown hair.
Blue,
flowers,
green eyes.
What?
Blue, green, brown eyes.
Brown.
Brown. That's one of the three I said.
Yes.
Sure.
No, that's not good enough. Tell me more. Are you lying to me again?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm helpful. And also, I'm in contract with him, not you. So,
I look imploringly at Cadavers.
We'll go on to the questions.
really? Okay. Could you repeat yourself? I really was ignoring you the first time.
Have you seen a woman down here that's not with our party?
Since I have existed, yes.
Have you seen one recently
Recently
Within a
is
week, 2
subjective.
weeks, a year, anything.
Weeks, 2 weeks, or a year? No, no, yes.
Okay, within a year.
Hmm.
How many women have come down here?
Not many, but one definitely stood out.
Tell me. Will you just tell me?
You're supposed to ask. I'm answering questions. Telling you it isn't answering questions. That's exposition.
Give me exposition then. Tell me the summary of what you're talking about.
Look, I'm going to step
want
in
the
here and
abstract.
defend Volgo. He doesn't know what you're getting at, so you need to ask him the question.
Her dress was on the tree.
Right, well, he
There was a
doesn't
dress
know
on the
that.
tree.
Why don't you show him the dress?
I don't have it. It's still in the tree.
Well, that seems like a mistake on your part then,
We
doesn't it?
couldn't get it out of the tree because there was fog coming out of the tree.
Well, then you should have
Whoa,
asked the
whoa,
boss
whoa,
nicely.
whoa, fog guy. Fog guy is no good.
It was a different kind of fog. There was a woman down here, and her dress got caught in a tree. And I'm assuming that means she's naked and running around down here. She looks like she's made of a tree.
I have a question. Am I allowed to ask?
Yes, please, yes.
We don't have trees here. What are you talking about?
There was a tree outside.
Outside what?
It's so fuzzy.
It's
In
the
the
pocket
demiplane.
dimension.
What demiplane?
The one that brought us here.
She's still in there.
Oh, I'm not from there. I'm from here.
Oh, but you said there was a woman who stuck out.
Oh, yes. Blue skin, beautiful wings. Oh, so graceful.
Wings?
Mm-hmm.
How big was the woman?
Well, taller than you. You're kind of short. But not as tall as Jesse.
Blue skin?
Oh, yeah. Horns, but much better than yours.
What shape were they in?
Horn shaped?
Aurelia, does this ring any bells for you?
Do I know of any horned women with blue skin and wings?
No.
I think he's referring to some type of other devil.
Why? What are you after? Other devils? She was one of those temptress ladies, you know, with the magic.
Oh, so is she from here then?
Well, no, she was visiting.
From where?
I'm the steward of one room.
She was visiting from one of the other rooms.
Could have been from anywhere.
Never mind. I thought you had some information about something that I... Never mind.
Now that I've rested, I have questions. Why did you think I had information?
Well, I don't know.
Me either.
You live here.
I'm assuming that you have
Not
questions.
anymore. I live where this guy goes.
Speaking of that,
Here at the threshold of danger, you guys are talking about the craziest things.
that's kind of the way we operate.
Hey, Master, can I hide?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. If this thing can teleport us into a cage simply by seeing us, then those of us who
Electric cage.
aren't invisible need to not be visible.
You're missing the lightning. More emphasis on the lightning. Lightning.
Volgo would like to emphasize the lightning.
And so, what's the plan? You go invisible, try to
Hide.
control it somehow. The rest of us hide somewhere. And how do we know to come out? I mean,
Master, you're not going to lose your servant so quickly after making contract. This is a bad idea. It's clearly a bad idea.
There are two possibilities. Either I come out with our new companion by my side. Actually, I should think how I'm going to control this thing.
I would say yes. Yes, you should think about it.
Okay, so my only opportunity to control this thing is suggestion. And suggestion is a single course of action after which it will no longer be a friend.
Well,
So
the course of action then is it needs to
bring me the
deactivate.
scepter.
No, we don't care about the
Yes.
scepter. We just want
We-
the wall
we,
down.
We do. And the reason why we care is because after it brings the wall down, it's going to be like, well, I've completed that job. Let's go kill all those intruders. Alternatively, it brings me the scepter, and I control it. I control the wall. I control the lights. I control it all.
Assuming that you can somehow work the scepter, and it
I
doesn't
know
kill
my
you
way
before
around a
you
scepter.
figure out how to use it.
Can't be that hard, right?
I don't know. I've known a lot of men, and not many of them knew how to use their scepters.
I feel like we just both made that. Never mind.
I take a couple steps back towards Jesse and she's like, I would really appreciate it if the adults stopped flirting.
I mean, what should we? What does everybody else think?
Sorry, I'm still stuck on the scepter joke.
I think we need to get the hell out of hell. And if this happens, you know, if getting the scepter makes it happen faster, I'm ready to eat.
Well, there's no real way to predict where it's going to go in order to get the scepter, so it's very difficult for us to hide.
I think that trying to get the scepter is a good idea.
Thank you, Aurelia.
I mean, you can try to control it more than once, so if you lose control, you can immediately regain control and give it another task, right?
I can try.
Well, I suggest you don't fail, and then this will be easy.
Oh, well, when you put it like that, it seems quite easy now, doesn't it?
There we go. It's all in the frame of mind.
Do you want me to teach you some bird calls so you can give us a signal?
No.
Are you sure?
Do you know what a will and testament is? Just in case you were to say perish, who would then assume the contract is what I'm worried about.
Tio.
I knew you would say my name.
Okay. Can we have some of your blood quick there, lady? Sir, I mean.
I'm not giving it to you until Cadaver's passes on.
Well, then it won't be valid. Contract's in effect now.
Cadaver's, write that into your contract.
We need her blood.
We need your blood.
No, what I'm telling you to do is, as soon as you die, there's a waiting period of 5 minutes where I'm allowed to give blood for this purpose only, but only after you've died.
Just give the blood, please.
I'll bite my hand.
We're literally covered with knives and weapons and swords and stuff, and you're just until you draw blood.
What can
from
I
your
say?
hand.
That flesh awakens something inside me.
The imp immediately touches your
Oh,
wound
Lord.
and draws and scrawls into its little contract. And you are now the proud owner of a imp if to continue but not extend the duration of the contract if Cadavers meets an untimely end.
Do I feel any different?
Nope, not at all. Because you're not currently the owner.
Okay.
Imp clasped his hands. Proceed.
Before we go,
Yeah.
it took me a minute to think, but I do have a spell prepared today that I can use to locate the scepter.
I'm getting a little suspicious of you, Volgo.
Keeps you on your toes.
Just now, Jesse? This is what put you over the line.
Please use that spell. That puts me in a lot less danger.
Sorry, it took me so long. I was trying to think through all the options, and I realized that was literally right there. All right.
Okay, so before you cast this, let's read and make sure it's applicable, right? So name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the
Define
if the-
familiar.
That's a very interesting thing. Right now, this is what you have.
Well,
Scepter.
hold on. It says alternatively the spell can locate the
Well,
nearest
we're getting to
object
that.
of a particular kind.
It can do that.
They can do that.
So if you said scepter, I mean, we might want to just do a cursory search of like the nearby area for scepters.
It's just hanging out. On
I mean, like, how many scepters could there be, right?
I will go into the rooms filled with all sorts of implements and torturing things and make sure there's no.
But why wouldn't he have
Scepters.
it on him? Like, why wouldn't he have it on him? If it was so important.
Well, we did check the body quite thoroughly.
But why?
Well,
Why?
because we're
would-
looking for
on
loot.
him? No. Why wouldn't it be on him? Is it?
Well, maybe he doesn't need to carry it around all the time.
He never carries it around.
Where does
except
he?
for when he needs it.
Where does he put it when he doesn't carry it?
If I knew, I'd definitely tell Master, not you.
I'm the master and I'm the vice master.
You're the master in,
Well,
Waiting.
on the bench. Yes.
I say just take a shot and see. What happens is nothing. Yes.
By casting the spell, you have to expend the resource. Are you doing so? Let me know if it's accounted for, and we will talk
was
about.
waiting until Gislin was like, do it. You know?
Do it.
Even the imp's like, yeah, do it.
Gislin, what do you say?
But why Mill Miles?
Sometimes I really do wonder about the mental stability of this group of travelers. Yes, we're looking for an object. If you have some means of finding an object, then please, by all means, find it.
All right.
You didn't eat that flesh, did you?
No, I didn't. I just feel better after sleeping.
So,
Have you used this? Have you accounted for this spell?
I just counted down from 3 to 2 in my.
Oh, 3 to 2. Okay, sorry. Sorry
3.
to interrupt you. Please
okay.
continue
2.
your sentence. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
It's used.
I see.
Worst countdown
well done.
ever.
Well done. I like how you're inflicting this upon the viewers. All right, so locate object. Could you please describe to me how you would like to locate the object per the spell itself?
Okay.
Would you like an object that's familiar to you, or something of the nearest particular kind?
He was going to close his eyes and think of a scepter in his head,
Okay.
and then describe it to Gislin while holding her wrist.
It doesn't do all that. You don't get a visual. You get a direction.
I am describe. It says to describe or name an object, so I'm doing both.
Oh, you're describing. I thought you were okay. Yeah. As far as you know, it's a scepter. Please describe it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you should have somebody who's seen it describe it to you.
That's a good idea. Volgo, can you describe the scepter for me?
Stick-like.
A little more detail? Maybe the color? Or the length?
Girthy or
oh God, please.
Yeah. Surprisingly long shaft. Yeah.
Aurelia goes and stands in a corner.
Is it wielded with one hand or with two?
Really up to you.
Does it curve to the left or the right?
There's no curvature whatsoever.
It's just straight. Does it have sort of a bulbous end, maybe?
No.
Volgo, please give us more detail.
Color?
You need
Material?
Stop, we're going to find things we don't want to find if I keep thinking of these things.
There's 3 in close front. Oh shit. All right. This is what we are now. This is who we are. Apologize to everybody. So after describing a very generic scepter, because you have to try to locate the nearest object of a particular kind, you are not familiar with this object. You're not able to describe it. Volgo is not able to describe it in enough detail for you to become familiar with this object. So you are using the alternative part of the spell. Alternatively, you are looking for a scepter.
Category. Yes.
And categorically, there is a scepter, and it is in this direction from you. I will use the arrow.
Wait. Oh my gosh, Gislin.
1,000.
Where are you? Where is Tio?
1,000
Ready?
feet, definitely.
This direction.
Oh my gosh, it's that direction. Thank goodness the thing I was thinking of is not where it's pointing.
What were you thinking of?
Doesn't matter. It's in this
Why are
direction.
you looking at me like that?
Wait, are you pointing at cadavers?
Oh, it's past cadavers.
Hold on. It gives you
Going on?
direction. It only gave you direction.
Okay.
I have given you direction on the screen, so please.
So did it seem to be pointing straight
If
ahead?
it's in motion, you know the direction of its movement.
That's true. If
Guessing
it's in
it's
motion,
not in motion.
Does
I
it
will
seem to be in motion.
search this room for a scepter. If anyone
Okay.
would like to join me.
please give me your investigation.
I will
Davros
definitely
give you
wait.
advantage.
I will join you because I am proficient in investigation.
I mean, do you want to lead this search?
I will give Tio advantage.
I'll stay here on the taxidermy.
I have-
+4 to investigation.
Then you should do it. I have +3.
Okay, I'll do it.
With advantage. 'Cause I am assisting and trained.
Please. Okay, anyway.
As you thoroughly look at every single weapon placed on the table, old, rusted, notched, and damaged weapons, none of which fit the description of a scepter.
I mean, is your spell still going? It should be able to continuously give you a direction, I would think. One wouldn't design a spell that just says it's over there and then not help you.
It is concentration.
For 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna lay on this bed.
So
If
for
I
10
send
minutes, you sense the direction of the object's location.
I stand in the center. Sit in the center of the room. Where is the scepter?
You would like to sense the scepter again, shall we? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's 10 minutes. I'm still sensing.
It is in this direction.
Why did it move?
Sorry. Wait.
Oh, it's not
There
that
we
far
go.
away, right? So its only direction is in the compass direction, not the distance away, right?
The imp stands back up. Hello.
I wanna. Can I take a look at the unicorn horn?
You may.
Can I take a look under the unicorn?
The unicorn horn is made of some sort of metal. It is obviously a fake horn.
Can I pull it out?
Please give me a sleight of hand, as it appears to be loose, but still unremovable.
5.
Dang, cadaver.
And you find that it pulls out, you have to twist it, pull out a little bit more, twist it, and completing it. And then now the unicorn horn itself appears to be a scepter with a handle.
Cadaverous! You really know your way around a scepter!
Yes,
I
you handled
know
that very well.
So- Explore 1 or 2 from time to time.
Two?
God.
That's adventurous.
I really don't think I want to be involved in this conversation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The imp goes. Ah, la, 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 la.
For once, I'm with him.
So, we have a scepter. Let's go see if it'll get me killed.
Okay.
I mean, good luck.
But wait. If we have the scepter, can't we just lower the wall of force and completely bypass all of this? Perhaps that's a first bet?
Good point. Follow me.
Cadaver's is like, well, time to die.
Just walks in, bonks the golem.
Go west. Damn it.
Oh.
Very nice.
I'm gonna stay here on the horsey.
Nope, come on.
You're
I'll
not my
trust you.
master.
Cadavers!
Oh, come on, Volgo.
Thank
Wait,
you.
Come in. Excuse me. You're in the way.
I'm not in the way.
She's always in the way.
No, she's not.
So, what's it do?
I don't know. Let's find out. Is there a magic word? A force field begonero. Just wave it around. With the clear intention in my head of getting rid of this force field.
It does not seem to do anything to the force field's existence.
Okay. What if I touch it against it?
It appears to touch the wall of force just fine.
Does anybody have the ability? Actually, can I spend some time with this scepter? Alone. Just to try and see if I need to attune to it.
Oh.
So, attempting to attune the scepter will take approximately 30 minutes of alone time.
Yes.
That's a long time.
Do you mind if I watch?
Islin, there are children here.
Where?
Sorry, Aurelia.
What?
You're a child.
Says the imp. Really? What?
I'll stay and watch Cadavers play with the scepter.
Okay, well, after 30 minutes of just milling about, the scepter has two commands as you've attuned to it. It is actually three commands. It is seek and retrieve, it is punish, and it is return. And return doesn't appear to be, it appears to be an action, not a command to the golem to just come physically. Actually, a better way to put it would be display. So the golem will, it looks like the commands involve the golem putting something in jail, punishing something in jail, or moving something to the throne room, each using the golem's teleportation power.
Ooh.
Earlier, you may have not noticed, but Jesse failed a saving throw, what was called the jailer's teleport.
I also failed that, but I went into a little box instead.
Oh, yes.
It's not a contest to you.
Look.
I went
it was
into a box
terrible
too.
Experience.
Jesse
Mine
went
didn't
into a
have bugs.
box. Yeah.
It had metal rings around it, and I broke out of it.
So there's some sort of related thing there.
I explain all this to the party. What should I mess with first?
I don't know. Just try not the punish one or the put one in jail one. Don't see their
display. I wave it.
Once that happens, you can clearly hear the movement of a large, very heavy mechanical construct. Well, magically, I don't want to say mechanical. It's not a clockwork. It's not like that at all. That is not what it sounds like. I cannot emphasize enough. And eventually, rounding the corner and coming into the throne room is the golem.
It is going west.
And
What does this thing
it
look like?
stops there. Well, let's do this for you guys, shall we? That's what it
God
looks
damn, that's a big boy.
What?
Except for it's not quite that big.
Why is the boy so big? Okay,
big-
that's a more acceptable size.
Still a
The-
big boy.
The imp immediately goes invisible and dashes around and lands on your shoulder, Cadaverous.
Oh,
And the imp, I'm sorry, the golem itself raises its hands, and a strange magic circles around its hands twice. Electricity crackles around the entire golem's body, and then Tio jumps in a blood vat.
sorry.
What?
Tio's going feral. He hasn't had rabies vaccine yet. He hasn't had his rabies.
Cannonball! All right. And with the crackling of the energy, electric lightning energy, nothing further happens.
Wall still intact.
Everything is still intact.
Looking through the force field, is there anything visible through it? Like maybe a chest of some kind of like loose items.
There's
It looks
a
like the
wheel barrel or something over here.
It looks like, yeah, the only debris is some stuff here. There's some sort of broken, terribly old thing over here. And then, of course, the centerpiece is the large throne.
We do know
the
that there's
large
something
throne.
behind the throne.
Correct.
What were the commands again? Retrieve,
ask that.
punish, and
Jail.
display. Jail, retrieve,
Punish.
punish,
Correct.
display.
Well, retrieve is another way of saying display. So,
Okay.
all right. So seek and jail is one, right?
Mhm.
So it's going to find something, put it in jail. Then the punishment is very, very obvious. It's going to electrify stuff, as was implied by the imp who said, "Watch out for the electricity." I cannot stress it enough. Or lightning. Lightning's the word. And then, lastly, it is display, which is more of like producing whomever here.
Okay. So,
The imp's like, command it, command it.
it seems like
No, command it. He starts giving you a massage. You can do it.
Just tell it to do what you want it to do.
We want it to open the door, so
I want you to take down this portal.
Doesn't have any response to that.
Mr. Golem, tear down this wall!
I want you to take somebody through the portal, the wall.
It
I'll go,
starts.
Cadaverous.
It starts surveying the room.
I would like you to take Jesse through the wall.
Jesse.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hope you liked the lightning.
I need that from you, Jesse.
Oh my. Can I bless her before this happens?
No.
Okay.
Bless is not a reaction.
Perfect.
Excellent. Jesse. The target is paralyzed up to 1 minute and teleported to one of the jailer's cells or to the Citadel Lord's throne room. At the end of every turn, you may make a wisdom saving throw to end that condition. So you are paralyzed up to 1 minute. And you are and appear here.
Very good.
No, paralyzed.
Yeah, but
I
Jesse.
think can't you still talk stutteringly?
How did that
Actually, I
feel?
think that's
That's
stunned,
That's
but
stunned, yeah.
I have a thing called conditions I've made into a creature, so I can just click and have everything show up like that.
Jesse,
Can't
can
move
you
or
hear us?
speak.
Oh, can't
Jesse,
move or speak.
I use the NPC template and I just put all the conditions in it.
Well,
Everybody relax. It did exactly as I asked it to.
but she can't respond to us.
Yeah, she
I prefer it this way.
appears to be a limp flop of terrible Jesse. Just kind of laying there like a dead body.
Is she
okay?
she dead? Jesse, are you dead?
Jesse!
There's no response from Jesse.
I look panicked at Cadaverous.
You may make your first wisdom saving throw, Jesse. Like how Holly's like, oh.
Or
Okay, Jesse continues to remain inert.
Perhaps send somebody else there so they can help Jesse.
I'll go over.
Sure. Mr. Golem, Mrs. Golem, please take Tio here to the other side.
Theo. It bothers me I can't put the description of this ability out on D&D Beyond. Like I could a spell, I can just display it. Oh, it's a shame. Tio, you do not move as this thing grasps at your soul. And you are
not
able
working?
to... You instinctually just don't like the idea of it controlling who and where you are.
Why didn't it work?
Everyone does see that Tio is for a second charged as if electricity were dancing along Tio's skin.
What did you do?
Try it on me.
Mr.
Just
Golem,
backhands you.
please grab that little one there and take her through the wall.
The giant in
Oh
Skyrim
God.
needs to-
Well, because I'm a very literal DM,
I did point at Aurelia.
Yeah.
Aurelia does an 18 hit
An
you.
18 does hit me.
oh
Yeah.
my god.
Uh-huh.
You take 25
Holy
bludgeoning
shit.
damage.
I said grab, not punch to
boy.
death.
Terrible.
Cadaverous,
I
I'm
now...
going to murder you. I say, picking myself up out of the Aurelia-shaped hole in the ground.
Try me again, Cadaverous. Don't do that. Don't leave.
The golem now raises his other hand, and do we have to go into rounds, or will Cadaver say the right words?
Cadaverous, what's going on?
Take her to the other side of the wall.
The rules lawyer in me says that doesn't prevent the attacks.
I don't think I said anything in the first one that made attack.
You said grab it, and it has no fingers.
Don't grab, just teleport her to the other side of the wall.
Oh, stop circling me like I'm carrion. What's wrong with you,
14.
cat? Get out of here.
Now you're incapacitated and at half hit points.
Indeed, you are also placed firmly, actually, let's see, on top of Jesse. It's just a pile of bodies are starting to show up.
What is the actual... What is this effect exactly?
You are paralyzed. I'll do
Is
this.
it
for you.
is it by chance a charm effect or no?
It is not a charm effect.
Okay. Unfortunate.
There's all the details because I bothered with making it so you get to read it because god dang it, I didn't expect you to actually figure out the unicorn horn. Good job on the locate object. We're not bothering with the recharges as we're staying out of combat, but were this to be combat, recharge would be applicable.
Aurelia, are you dead?
I don't know. Can I make another save?
At the end of yes, you both Jesse and Aurelia make a save.
Thank
20.
God.
Jesse, you are still out as the DC is 17, as this very specifically purposed golem has a high DC in that one thing it does very well.
I'm fine. Jesse, I gently smack
All of your
Jesse's
stuff
cheek.
that you're holding is just like dropped around you.
In a perfect circle.
Well, probably your staff or something along those lines. Whatever was out. Yeah, Jesse's still a heap of sleeping Jesse. This is what we
Jesse-
call after a bender, Jesse.
Jesse is out for the count.
Well,
One.
can you get
person
in
out.
behind the throne? I think that's what we're looking at.
Before I go any farther, looking around, what exactly do I see back here?
Okay. That is just what appears to be some old chair that has been, maybe even a throne that has been up and removed and tossed unceremoniously to the side.
Okay.
It is a large chair, but it looks like it would fit a medium creature were it back standing correctly.
Okay.
So whatever was here previous wasn't quite large and didn't need a large chair. It's also covered with cobweb, which isn't a spider web, but it still moves.
Okay. Can I inspect? Are there any insignias on this chair? Anything to suggest like a royal crest or?
Yes, you may inspect it indeed.
I will roll an inspecting check.
You will roll inspection check. It will be a very low DC of 10.
Well,
Oh,
You are
no.
a failure.
What you see is a bit of a crest, but it is old, full of dirt. You're starting to pick away at it, trying to see more detail to it. It appears to be an infernal. You do not recognize the letters. It does look like an infernal, as profane languages are not necessarily easily mistaken for other ones, but it is what it is. You cannot read it or
mystery.
what it might say.
I'm sure that that's not important. Okay. And then there's a throne.
The throne towers over you. Just the bottom section itself could easily contain all sorts of hidden gems.
And then what's over here before I?
That appears to be indeed what it looks like. A terrible old cart that has the two-wheel wheelbarrow, not the one-wheel wheelbarrow. And it looks like it's been in disuse for God knows how long.
Okay.
Ever since
I
the
will-
person rolled it up a giant flight of stairs and then was like, why did I bring a cart up this flight of stairs?
All right.
He's
I
literally a
will-
corpse underneath the cart right now. Ugh.
It's like a
Stairs!
Sisyphusian task.
Do I look at the throne?
Yes.
There's not really.
Jesse, give me another roll.
There's another shittier throne also.
I mean, we're literally told that there's something behind the throne. I
Okay.
assume they were talking about the monolithic
So close.
throne.
You
So
rolled
close.
17. Well, we know what Jesse's weakness is. The wisdom saving throw is
I have
terrible.
multiple weaknesses.
You think we found my weakness? I have more. All right.
Okay. I will. You said behind. I look behind the throne.
The throne is flush against what appears to be.
There
a
is no
wall.
behind the throne.
No, I can literally see that there's a wall behind the throne.
Yes.
Push the throne out of the way or move it. Look at the arms of the throne. They said that there was some way of triggering things in the arms, but don't trigger any of the things that will kill us.
Oh, okay. I inspect the arms of the throne.
Okay, inspections or investigations.
My specialty. Oh,
Perfect.
Ooh,
So-
good job.
What
that
you
was a natural
see,
20 for those following along at home.
what you see is embedded in the arms of the thrones, and I mean embedded in this weird stone-like substance that the throne is made out of, which is, by the way, strangely purple. Are bits of skulls, the tops of each skull polished as if they were some sort of gemstone, brightly shiny. Each little polished head would easily be something you can place your hand on, but as a large creature, it looks like it maybe could just swipe over it as if it was a much smaller thing. Every time your hand goes close to one of them, there appears to be a little static, as you can feel some sort of your hairs rise on the arm, and you could feel the electricity. There are 4, 2 on each side.
And I get that same kind of static from all of them.
You do.
Okay, there are buttons. They give me bad feeling. But I can push them.
Don't touch them.
I think quite the opposite.
Press them all!
Do you have your
think
staff
you
with you?
I think you should push one.
Yes.
Does your staff have metal on it? I don't remember.
Yes, it's silvered.
Do you have any rubber on you?
What's rubber?
What's rubber?
Comes from a tree.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
I mean, just push the
No.
button.
I'm gonna push a button.
Wrap your stick in a cloth before you touch it.
I
Do you want this piece of flesh to insulate your flesh?
I take out some extra clothes and wrap it around the staff and then push. I guess I'll sit on the throne.
Yeah, you'd have to actually be on the throne to actually work
Yeah.
these. The fact is these are way up here, so you could be like this if you want, like reaching. Like I can
No,
get
I
one.
will. I will climb up, childlike, on this very large throne.
Excellent.
I will plop myself down, and I will do the first one at the top on the left.
Top left. So that is your left side when you face the room.
Yes.
The first one. Okay, excellent.
I take no responsibility for this, I say as I push it.
I think we're all. in a good
Whoever's told
spot.
me
We're
to.
all like looking nervous, the nervous Marlin face from Finding Nemo.
Don't you touch that.
It's gonna be the fire.
Don't you touch that boat!
So the explosion of the blood pops, and oh shit!
all three of
Anyone
us.
within 10 feet of the cauldron of blood.
All of the adults.
It's not Jesse, so that's fine. Very nice.
14 saves, 17 saves, 18 saves. Half of 26 is 13 points of acidic damage. And Jesse, you can give me a saving throw.
Alright. Nope.
Hasn't it been more than a minute?
No.
No more buttons.
Wait.
Not-
you
not
had
that one.
a
Not
giant
that one.
stone statue punch me in the face. You take your acid blood.
I think it's important that we continue to push the buttons. Let's just
The,
not all stand
The
in
jailer
What about the
also,
fire?
stand by, makes his save. Interesting.
That was a contextual misunderstanding.
Yes, but I got punched.
Right. That's fine.
It's not.
The golem is damaged, but appears to be structurally sound, as
I
if
think you
were
found it,
a
Tio.
little bit.
I'm just like
Golem,
wedged up against the wall.
Golem, return to the storage room until I call for you.
And the golem walks off, disappearing quickly. And by quickly, I mean very slowly and laboriously. The
Okay, I'm
golem's
gonna push the next button.
Wait, no,
speed
wait.
looks slow, but it does move at 30 around for those who care.
You pushed the top left last time?
Yeah,
Which one are you doing?
bottom left. I'm
Okay.
pushing the button,
Please don't move your icons, as we now
I
have
am.
to do.
but the button has been pushed.
As you're pressing all of the traps, that's hilarious. So
left.
anyone within one of the lights inside of the so you have to be within 15 feet of one of those lights. Gislin, technically, you're technically within 15 feet of one of the interior lights here.
But I'm not in the room.
I understand that. But the lights explode in the room. You're within 15 feet of the lights that have exploded
In the room.
within the room. The imp is okay. Actually, the imp might be dead. I have to roll something for the imp. Oh, shit.
The way the imp would have come with me. Who's on my shoulder, right?
No, I mean from the acid.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh no.
Actually, what's the imp's hit points? The imp is gone.
Oh my gosh.
Volgo, no.
We lost him.
Oh, that.
I can
Oh, God,
I can revivify him.
Don't waste a fucking revivify.
That would be the greatest. We need to keep this devil alive!
I think we've gotten all the information we had.
You did get the pertinent local information from Volgo.
I was I was fond of the little guy.
Well, I
His
was
last
probably.
words were-
feel to lose a child.
Just eat the flesh.
I put my hand on Cadaver's shoulder and say, I was going to kill him as soon as we got out of hell anyway.
I know. It doesn't make it any easier.
I'm moving on to the top right button.
The top right. Now, when you say top right, I mean the one closest to the throne, correct? Interior to the throne itself, because they're next to each other.
Oh, I thought that they were like top and bottom.
You're just sequentially going to push
No,
all
no,
the buttons,
the top
right?
I'm
and
sequentially pushing all of the buttons.
Right. Sorry. So the top, so the left right is going to, a humming sound occurs. Tio, you immediately notice that the field is gone.
The field's gone.
Yes, the wall of force is
say-
no longer there.
I've been pressed up against it this whole time.
Tio
I
just
stumble.
falls over.
Yeah, you literally do that. Jesse, another roll. Make it 2. We've been a little lax. Jesse's just laying. Oh.
It feels good to sleep.
You know those like really bad flash things with the physics where the body's just flailing around?
I solved it all on my own. No help. You're welcome. I pushed the other button.
As you push the other button. Nothing?
The other button doesn't do anything, which seems fake.
Is there anything behind you? On the throne?
More chair. Is there anything behind me on the throne?
The throne is flush against this wall, and you would have to physically move the throne to see if there's anything behind the throne.
What button was that?
The other one. I don't know. I was doing the ones on the right side. I've lost track of the.
I mean, that could be like the panic alarm button, the silent alarm.
Could be.
Could be.
I have half my hit points.
Can we try to move this throne?
Gislin, give me an athletics roll. The DC is 5.
It is possible to fail. 8.
Gislin, as you push this, it's almost, and with Aurelia in the throne, it's almost as if it were slightly floating at this point. And you push it, and slowly it reveals the room behind it. I'm not going to bother moving the icon, but I will reveal the dynamic lighting. Delete. I will delete what's in that room.
Undo.
Hold on.
Undo.
Undo.
While I'm waiting for the room to load, I will eat 9 good berries.
I'm actually just going to grab
You
it
just
again.
push the thing and just start gorging your face.
God damn it. Why is this? Everything's going wonky. I'm going to reload.
Also, it's the election.
Things that shall not be mentioned ever again. Oh, it's still gone.
While this is happening, I'll cast Cure Wounds on Aurelia at the 2nd level.
Okay, I got it back.
I'll
Or I
walk
didn't
up.
get it back.
I'll
I
walk up
recreated
next
it.
to her.
Okay, so then back to the other layer. You may cast that spell.
Sorry, my internet is a little slow right now.
Thank you.
It appears
Someone
to be a
cares about
treasure
my
trove
well-being.
under behind the
A Trevor Trove?
Trevor's Trove.
Trevor!
Trevor's Grove.
Trevor,
That's
what
a-
are you doing back here?
A treasure trove of treasure and troves.
I'd like to look around.
Seriously, eventually you wake up.
Okay.
Thank God.
Because can I just, for like fun, do one more?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Nope, it counts.
Oh,
You're back down.
well, okay. I would have
you're-
never
you're
woken up for this.
You're up.
Okay.
I will
You
cautiously.
do feel like you have a hangover.
I feel like
Go to sleep.
I was
Isn't
over
it as
there like
cautious?
a minute ago, and now I'm over here, and I'm on the ground.
searching,
You're paralyzed. You are
searching for
unconscious.
traps or anything that looks dangerous in there.
Investigation, perception. Which way are you going with it?
Always perception. 15.
15. You can't help but notice that between the gold and silver pieces that litter this and the few items that are upon the treasure pile, underneath it appears to be some drawing, as if it were a magical circle of some sort.
Tio!
Everywhere.
Tio, I need you to break something for me.
Break it.
Well, it's a magic something.
Okay, I'll come in there.
Okay, I need, of course, your location matters the most, so please.
Okay.
There's some sort of writing, something arcane underneath. Is there a way for you to just make it go away?
Do we know what it does before I do that?
No.
Jump in. Oh, Volgo's dead. Damn it.
No more imp.
I am gonna. Do you mind if I ritual cast Identify? Can I do that? I can do that, right?
It just takes a while.
Okay.
Do what you gotta do.
I am gonna do that.
Okay.
This
After
isn't
yep.
the 20th century. They can wait. It also
after
is the 21st century.
11 minutes, unless somebody has something crazy to do. Jesse. Anything? Okay, Jesse. Then we have 11 minutes have gone by. This is a spell that is holding a delayed fast fireball. If you were to enter the circle and not be the right person, that person is already dead. This is still active. You will need an arcana to disable this magical trap. And when I say fireball, I mean the big one. The biggest of big.
It's a latent fireball spell.
How good are you at Arcana?
I am only decent.
Well, put that in some kind of numerical value for me.
I'm 4.
Ugh, so
Okay.
meta. So meta.
I'm about a 3, so why don't we squeeze those together and I could help you out a bit, and you could be like a 4, but you will have a
Okay.
slight advantage.
Do you know
I will.
where this explosion is coming from?
Do I know from being a cleric whether Dispel Magic will work on this or if it is purely a check that I have to do?
Dispel magic requires a roll to succeed, and likely will trigger the trap if it fails.
Okay, so
But so will the arcana check if you fail by 5.
is one of them safer?
Likely,
I
but
also
you do not get to know the numbers.
I also have a question. Do I think that it will cast a spell, or it will be like an instant effect?
As was described by Tio, it will cast the spell
Okay.
as if it were renewable and reusable. AKA, the first one goes off, it's not done.
Gotcha.
Well, in that case, you should dispel it. If it's going to keep casting fireballs. Or we can drag the dead body on there and maybe that'll make it happy.
Mechanical question purely just because I'm really nervous. Will Where's a rogue when you need one?
Oh, right behind you.
Okay.
The one who's stepping the fuck back.
Will
Hey, I found the trap. That's my job.
yeah, you did a good job.
It's an arcane
What am I
trap.
trying to ask?
These tools wouldn't come into play.
I just need to throw the rogue on it, and then I'm just kidding. The I was asking about spell magic. Do I?
All right, you've got to use your
I
words.
completely forgot what I was
Can
going
you
to ask.
click to spell magic for me?
Yeah.
Make an ability check. Excellent. Cadaverous is gonna walk up and clap Teo on the shoulders. Well, on the bright side, if you fuck this up, I bet you'll taste delicious. You're inspired.
What kind of?
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself before this, just because if this gets me below 0, I don't know what's gonna be able to bring us back.
Okay, Tio,
Yeah.
before you go ahead and do this, you get the sense that this is the strongest magic you'll attempt to dispel. It is a higher level situation. It may be deadly. So as you proceed, I need to know where everyone is. You cannot have a. Did you? If you want to give her advantage, Cadaverous, you have to be on the line.
Oh fuck!
Well, you can
Like-
you can just give her bardic inspiration.
No, I did.
Right, bardic inspirations
Can
aren't
you
being
stand-
granted.
You don't have to be on top of it to cast a spell magic on it either.
Yeah, the range is 120 feet.
But Cadaverous also mentioned how it doesn't explode; it casts.
So we
This is
should
true.
we should
So
spread
we need
out.
to spread out.
There we go.
Wait, I'm confused.
So it's gonna cast a fireball that's gonna come shooting out and target somewhere, right?
Correct.
It will
But
target out.
theoretically,
How does it target?
okay, all right. Theoretically, it's gonna shoot out and target the person dispelling it.
Right.
So if I stand behind it,
Also, one other point of if you're trying to, maximize your chances on this, bless, because bless helps you not only on the bless helps you
So
not
this
only
is
on
like
the well, it helps you not only on the check but then on the saving throw against the fireball, right?
I do have a. I have a DM inspiration that I've been saving since episode 9.
There you go.
There
I
you
actually
go.
have one as well.
So that can definitely grant you advantage, which is a big, big deal. Because this is a big, big deal.
No, I like. Oh my gosh.
Cadaverous.
I mean, are you at full
Don't
health?
get angry that I'm warning you.
No,
Next
I'm
time I
not.
won't warn you. That's it. No more
Cadaverous for
warnings.
safety will level 2 healing word himself.
I
Yeah,
am
just put
going
your-
to.
Put yourself in max health. It's all gonna be fine. Delayed blast fireballs are no joke.
Stop it.
I know for this one.
Formulaic.
Should I healing word or cure wounds? If I am 13 points down.
Well, cure wounds, probably.
Really?
What?
You shouldn't stand so close.
Okay.
Don't stand
This is
so.
terrifying.
Don't stand so.
Because I mean,
Very
so
afraid.
here's the other. What are you doing in there, Cadaverous?
Me?
Just out of question, right? Because even if it shoots right at To, you're gonna get hit.
So
How
this
much
is-
damage
it.
does
This-
a?
This is my reasoning for being
This
in
is
here.
so terrifying.
If it shoots out because she failed the roll, I have an opportunity to counterspell
All right, fair enough.
because it is a spell that is cast.
I actually feel a little bit nauseated.
It's gonna be fine.
You should.
I
Should
have
I go? It's
I
totally
have
worth
healing.
it.
I have healing. So if you go
Fireballs
down, I
are
can bring
no
you back
joke.
up.
Do we have any exciting conclusion music, Casey?
No, don't do conclusion music. It's not a like.
We
podcast.
do. Let's have the
Hang on.
like an epic tension music or something.
Stream. Just imagine it's just happening all in like a span of like a minute, not this. Me just panicking for.
Don't tell the stream how to imagine things. You do it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I am also going to cast Bless. I've just burned through almost all of my spell slots.
It's better than burning through all of your hit points.
Okay, so because I'm starting to lose track of all the things cast as bonuses, I need to know and have representations on each character of what bonuses they have.
I have not
Just in
cast any
case.
bonuses yet.
Well,
You have
I
a
only
bardic
have
inspiration.
a bardic inspiration. I'm going to
So
cast
that
bless
should be
as
on your-
well.
Who are you
and
gonna
then the
bless?
blood.
Myself and you and who is
Nobody
I
else
can't
is
see
close.
around.
Everyone else ran away.
Aurelia is pretty
there's-
darn
there's-
close.
What will our bless icon be, Michaela?
Our bless icon will be an angel because that's the only thing that's worked in the past.
What will
Okay.
be your inspiration?
Where
icon?
is that?
I
Especially
really
icon.
think that there's no reason for Aurelia and Jesse to stand inside the room or anywhere targetable.
Okay.
Because remember,
you
remember,
guys.
a fireball can target. Like the fireball could hit out here, right?
It could
What is-
easily go 120 feet.
So,
Easily.
like, there's no reason that any
follow
of us
Gislin all the
need to
way.
be like.
Can it go through
here.
walls?
You can go around walls.
It
What?
can.
What do you
Go
care?
around
You're just
corners.
it's gonna hit you in the chest. That's fine.
I know.
Just catch it for us. It'll be fine. It's probably
you
a
gotta
fake
catch them all.
fireball. Alright.
So freaking nervous.
All right. Press F to pay your respects, chat.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so I have what is it?
You have bless and you have an inspiration, as far as I know.
This is
that's
gonna be
it.
the most
And bardic
anticlimactic thing ever.
Inspiration,
It
bless,
really is though.
and bardic inspiration.
If I get
Well,
a
I was
natural
talking about
one,
the bardic.
what
Yes.
happens?
You'll be fine.
You'll be finding out. So, give me your actions. You wanna just.
Did we decide on dispel magic?
I think dispel magic is
Okay.
good.
Is there any other catch that I'm not thinking about before I?
We'll find out when
what-
you do it.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Where should I be standing for this?
You're
Doesn't
gonna have to
If I
stand
can
next
be
to it,
120 feet
probably.
away, what makes sense for cadavers to be in there and
Do you have-
Kyo to not be in there?
Do you have to be able to see it?
I need to be able to see the casting of the spell in order to counterspell. You need to be able to see this thing in order to dispel magic.
No.
I don't need to
One
see it.
creature, object,
All I
or
need to
magical
do-
effect within range. Range is 120 feet.
Range.
Within range, but there can't be a physical barrier between you.
Is there an
So
advantage? to
yeah,
casting
the
it
stairs are
not-
probably yeah.
It's not a matter of vision. You don't have to see it, but there cannot be a broken line of
Sight.
effect.
Yeah.
Is
For example,
there-
walls, those stairs drop.
I think you're fine. Just do it.
Is there an advantage to casting it at 4th level?
Oh yeah, we have
I'm not able to like,
spells.
understand that for some reason.
When you cast a spell using spell slot first level higher, you automatically end the effects of a spell on the target the spell slot is equal to or less than. I mean,
So for
Probably
for
not,
example,
no.
if it's a 4th level fireball, then you automatically win. But if it's higher than that,
You still have to do the exact same
you
thing.
still have to do the exact same thing.
and we can metagame nicely based on what Timur said in that this is deadly to imply that it's more than your regular neighborhood fireball.
I actually
Okay.
use the exact word.
He,
the spell
yeah, I
says.
won't. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna tell you what level
But
it is.
but I know the two have already looked it up, or just know it.
I just know it, and I mean, you were the one who
I-
said exactly what it was. So,
Yeah, I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
do whatever you feel most comfortable of, because this is what you're using your spell slots on for this.
And your HP.
Right. I am going to use a 4th level dispel magic.
Boom. 4th level dispel magic. I'm going to need you to make a DC 17 spellcasting ability check,
You got it.
Okay, you're using your
17.
inspiration.
Hang on,
which
sorry, it's
means
suddenly
the
lagging.
spell is 7th level, so it doesn't automatically get countered.
Did you say wisdom?
I said your spellcasting ability, which I think for
Is
you
wisdom.
Is wisdom.
is wisdom.
Before you do it, are
Yeah.
you gonna inspiration for advantage? Would it call ahead of time?
So you have
So-
your.
You can't roll and then say I want to have advantage.
Yeah.
So you need to decide on DM inspiration before you roll, bardic inspiration after.
Nobody can tell you to definitely use it.
Yeah.
I'm going to use it, but
All right.
so just to remember, I've
I have
got
neutral
bless,
emotions on this.
Got
I have
bless,
bardic
bardic
inspiration,
inspiration, and
and then I
advantage.
also have advantage.
So you're
I am
rolling with
calling
advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
Go.
Do we
So
need to
on
do
your
anything
character
else
sheet,
before the
you
roll?
have to remove the inspiration and make the roll. Then, after the
I'm so
roll is
glad I
made,
didn't
I
use
will
it.
not give you a result. I didn't have to tell you,
I'm shaking.
Yeah.
but
It's fine.
Roll your wisdom with advantage.
Done.
You're
Who
good.
even? No even need to use the rest.
Need it. Murdered it. As the spell coalesces in front of you, you take a look at the spell. You almost see the mechanical parts of the spell coming together. And you simply flick away a very important thing, and it collapses into nothing.
Wow.
And this little bit of
Pathetic.
residual drops into
I go.
another world.
Cadavers, did you see that?
Quite the
I'm
opposite.
shaking.
I didn't see it. And that's far better.
The circle underneath most of the treasure lights up like phosphorus for half of a second. Looks blinding to look at, and then it's gone, and only a mark remains on the ground. It doesn't
That was
look
a
like
very powerful spell. I think it would have killed me if I didn't do that right.
Mer, just for the sake of our curiosity, can you
Don't do it.
Show
Like
us
this-
the max
can you
damage.
show
Don't
us
do
the
it.
spell?
Don't do it.
Please, please show us.
It's better not to know.
Oh my gosh. 12 d
12d6 isn't that
12d6.
much. It's only 72.
Still.
All right, hold on. Let's roll 12d6.
So it's like 30 something damage. It wouldn't have killed you outright.
45.
Might
That
have.
would have.
Still.
That would have been. That was my full HP. Wouldn't take me to 0.
Yeah, but
It
that
is
doesn't
very important to
kill you
remember.
outright. Yeah.
I said this is not a single-use spell. And it would have been in rounds, because then I would have had to have an initiative for the casting of the next trap.
Oh my
Because then a
god.
living thing would have been still targetable. Anywho, that was the biggest, baddest of all of the traps of the paranoid demon lord, once known as Zerath, now known as dead.
Now known as Get Wrecked, we're paranoid.
The treasure is yours.
I'm shaking
The level
so
you've
bad.
already gotten. The
No, this
entire
is another
dungeon
milestone.
defeated. There's only one creature you haven't disturbed here, but you're well aware, as the steward of the one room has told you many times, there's a white Abishai somewhere in that one room, way at the beginning.
What did you call it?
I called it the steward of the one room.
Yeah,
I mean the imp.
he didn't.
Oh, that's the white dragon thing, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
he didn't come out because he's up a shy.
I've been shy.
I'm just shy.
That was really
Nice
good,
one.
Casey. That was really
Been
good.
sitting on that one for 4 weeks.
Wow. Player inspiration.
So can we look through this treasure?
Means nothing, but it's still funny.
The treasure consists of the following, already pre-generated. I did
God.
something for once.
3 copper pieces.
I used up 4 spells for that.
Yeah, but
I
you're not
will
dead.
use the party funds.
The majority of the treasure is, of course, silver, as you see upwards of 9,000 silver pieces.
Holy cow.
It's only 900
What is that in
gold.
gold?
900.
900.
I'm not going to let you know the base 10 options there. There's also an additional 2,200 gold pieces.
So that's 3,100 gold so far.
Then you have 45 platinum pieces. And you have
450, right?
arrangement of 12 gems,
It's so amazing.
each worth about 100 gold pieces each.
9,000 silver, 400 gold.
Sorry, what was the what were the gems?
2,200.
I like how everyone's just yelling out numbers at this point. 600, 100, what?
What were the gems again?
9,000 silver, 2,200 gold, 45 platinum, 12 gems worth 100 gold pieces each. I can go into the specifics of the gems because I do have the link right here. If you guys need to know the different kinds of gems.
Were
There
there
are a
any
lot.
mail-in gems that we haven't counted yet?
Oh my god, please.
Let's not. Let's not.
I've updated the party loot.
There is a very specific set of 3 other things, one of which is also a gem.
What
But
are
it
these
is
things?
a hunk of obsidian that looks very, very
Hunk of
different from the
obsidian.
rest. Then there is a cloak. It is embroidered. In the designs of the infernal, but it is subtle, as if you have to come close to realize that there are small infernal letters that are embroidered onto the cloak. But it is a basic cloak. I'm sorry, you do not know what it is yet. Then there is a
Then it's a
wand. found
Oh,
in the
another
pile.
scepter.
I wish there was a scepter in here.
A tiny scepter. It's a
Okay.
smaller, shorter
You know-
scepter, but size doesn't matter.
You might
Exactly,
call
it's
it
what you do with
micro.
it.
That's a tier 1.
Like a microceptor?
It's not
We-
telescoping at all. All right, so
use your items.
Maybe there's just like a button or something that you have to turn it on and then it becomes a larger scepter.
we're gonna have to give the cloak to the chat. It looks like people are after the cloak, so I'm sorry, players, but the cloak goes up in flames and goes to the chat.
No.
And then gets the cloak.
I've completely forgotten how to identify what things are. Do I need to cast Identify again on everything?
I think we
Yes.
can spend
Let me do
time with
that.
them, right? Okay,
We
or
can
that-
spend a
actually,
short
yeah,
rest if people want a short rest. We can all. You don't have to attune to. You don't have to attune to it in order to
Yeah, you don't have to
identify
spend
it.
time with
yeah.
it.
Cadavers,
But-
just
but-
sing to me. I just want to hear your voice.
Just- We
I
could
don't
also
need
just
I don't need any help.
let's
I'll
spend
do it.
half an hour of
Okay.
identifying, right?
Remember?
Everybody grab an item and identify.
The items, given the chance to ritual cast all this time, every 11 minutes, you're like, pling, here's the next one. Pling. You find the hunk of obsidian is called a spell gem. And the spell gem contains one spell already. And that spell is mirror image.
Is that like the thing where you cast a spell into it and it just stores it?
Correct. And it allows one person to cast that spell.
Plonk a revivify in there and give it to somebody with a diamond.
That's a really good idea.
Cloak of protection.
So
Very
good.
good.
A very good cloak.
So
While this
good.
one is certainly stylized in the ways of this place, it is a basic cloak of protection mechanically. And lastly is the wand. The wand has 7 charges, and it is a wand of web. The web spell.
I don't know what these spells mean.
Cloak of Protection is like one of the best items in the game.
It is a fantastic item. It was clearly the best one that was randomly generated.
This
Gives
is so
you-
exciting.
Cloak of Protection gives you +1 bonus to AC and saving throws,
Mm-hmm.
which
Wow.
includes death saving throws.
There are no creatures, no character classes that don't benefit from the cloak. Every single person would be better off having it. So let the fighting begin.
Aurelia.
The wand of web.
Yeah.
That was my
Let's fight.
opinion.
Yeah, I think it's probably best on Aurelia.
I was thinking Cadavers, but Cadavers doesn't know how to make
Look
any,
at this
like-
devil garb. You wear this.
I mean, the
I
two
mean,
lines
wait.
of thought with Cloak of Protection is either give AC to the frontline people or give it to people that have concentration spells.
Hold
Either
on.
one is fine.
Hold on.
Gotcha.
We res Volgo and we give it to him.
Aww. We
That's the
swaddle
only
him
way.
like a baby.
Unfortunately, it's been more than a minute.
Oh no, we forgot. We were gonna...
Gislin, you did this on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss it.
I mean, as good as it is, like, I don't think I really need it.
Definitely.
Because I have high dex, high con, and high wisdom, and those are by far the most common saving throws. So that doesn't super help me. And then my AC is okay, so...
Mine are also pretty high in that department, and I have a very high AC, so I think it should be either Aurelia or Cadavers.
Fight to the death. Go.
I don't know. I feel like Aurelia takes way more hits than Cadaverous does.
She would also look really cool wearing.
Except for that one fight, you're like, come on out. No, not to me.
I'm perfectly fine with either one.
And honestly, you did punch Aurelia in the face with a giant golem.
She did vomit
I-
acid on all of us.
Grab that.
I told you I was doing it.
Let's just. Oh, I told you I was doing it too. Let's
That-
just be
Yes.
clear that when we look at the amount of damage dealt, the amount of damage Aurelia did far exceeds that which was done to Aurelia.
That's not true because all of you guys succeeded on your saving throw.
We still took damage.
Mist web.
Yes, and I took half my hit points.
You took 25.
Oh yeah, that's
Like,
true. You did push all those buttons. I think it should. I think it should go to Jesse.
Just
Jesse's
not
a
wearing
nothing
that.
app.
He's not wearing a cloak.
It's the wrong color.
Yeah,
There's not enough tassels.
it doesn't match my aesthetic.
I'm imagining Jesse using the wand of webs.
We're gonna need some rhinestones.
So it was
Dick.
Wand of Web, a gem of spell
It's
storing.
called a spell gem by the D&D
Spelljammer?
people. Spell gem, not jammer.
It's an entire campaign setting.
It's
wanna
not.
play that.
It's not as embarrassing as spell jammer.
I want to play it no matter how embarrassing it is.
D&D in space. You might as well play.
So what's it called? A gem.
Spell gem, spelled J-I-M.
Spell gem.
Hey, you want
guys,
a
I got a spell for you.
Alright,
Just
I
let
got
me
a
know when you
spell.
need it. All right. So
And you said it's obsidian?
it's an obsidian spell gem.
So the obsidian one says the max level spell is cantrip.
Oh, that's weird. You generated it with this. Well then.
Yeah, so it's spell gem contain one spell from any class's spell list. You become aware of the spell when you learn the gem's properties. While holding the gem, you can cast the spell from it. So it's not a gem of spell storing. It's just the ability to cast one spell.
Hold on. I got all the spell gems up.
Yeah, I mean, you could either bump it up a level and... Is Mirror Image is level 1 spell, right?
Mirror image
I think it's 2.
might be 2.
Pretty sure
I want to
it's 2.
say 2.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they don't... The bottom cantrip first and second all have the same attack bonus and save DC. Not that Mirror Image has a save DC to it, but... casting the spell must require either one action or 1 minute or longer. If the spell belongs to the School of Abjuration, the required material components that are consumed, you must provide them. But they can be worth half as much as normal. Oh wait, once imbued with a spell, the gem can't be imbued again until the next dawn.
Yes, you can replace it.
Yeah, okay. Why didn't they lead with that?
Yeah.
Any class list, you become aware
So
of
why
the
don't we do
spell.
this? Why don't we do this? Because I like to bendy. The obsidian gem remains obsidian, and it currently has a mirror image on it, but will then only accept cantrips after.
Can't tell.
Ta-da!
Okay.
Not really fixed,
That's
but I
cool
did.
sounding.
Yeah.
So ta-da!
So, I don't have any cantrips.
Because in order for me to give you the mirror image still, I would have to
would be
change the
big.
rarity and
Yeah.
value of this gem
would go
a
way
great
up.
deal. So, yeah.
We could make it the most exciting
So-
flashlight ever.
That gem seems to me just to go to anybody who doesn't have cantrips. And it's just a free cantrip. So whoever wants that.
Then you have to cast a cantrip into it. But the good thing is that you're not using resources to cast a cantrip into it, so we can kind of,
Yep.
flip it out well.
If you guys
Cool.
need guidance, it's free guidance all over the place.
Do we have guidance? No.
Well,
You can no
Wait, hold
longer
on.
have guidance.
While
It's
holding
free.
the gem, you can cast a spell from an action. Doing so does the spell. Yeah, so the spell disappears. So we couldn't just get somebody to cast guidance into it and then run away forever. We can figure out what this is offline. Because we're still trapped in hell, so. But beyond that,
thinking of that, I can figure out how to get us out of here now.
that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Let me think about it for a while. And I'll start thinking about it and reading the book that I apparently have.
Okay, so can everyone adjourn to the portal room?
The thinking
'Cause
room.
This is required.
Thinking room. I think Bastrin, there's a smell of stale blood in the air.
I look sadly at Volgo as I go past.
No.
You cannot, as Volgo is a melted blob.
I
Wait,
look
he's not
sadly at
from
the
here?
melted blob.
Oh.
No, he got destroyed by acid.
Oh.
Do you remember the acid burst? Even at half damage, it was more than his max hit points. His invisibility didn't save him. He's like, I'll just land on Cadaverous' shoulders. Boom! I'm going to melt.
Father.
Let it be known that it was Aurelia who killed him.
True. The murderer.
Okay.
Leave her alone. She did nothing.
So, this means, though, that the score is 1-1 Aurelia Gislin in killing minions, and the contest is on.
But 3 other players have yet to kill minions. You guys are falling
Cadaverous.
behind.
You guys,
Cadaverous
this is the hidden
Trio.
milestone that we established at the very beginning. All of us have to kill a minion that someone else is attached to.
It's a group
Oh my.
milestone. Once everybody else has killed a minion, then
Yeah.
everyone gets a milestone.
Does a wife count as a minion?
No.
Yep.
Absolutely not.
Only if you get her back.
In some states.
All right,
Cadaverous and
so
Tio go to a PTA meeting over the children fighting.
if you want to use your Arcana to try to enact the correct
I will
changes
do
and
that.
activate the portal, you may do so. This room provides all of the necessary spell components to do this. However, you are
Tio
unable
only
to
rose high when
activate
it counts.
I mean,
Yeah,
you still
staying
probably
out is
have
not
bless
good.
on you and stuff.
Do I
No,
does
Bless will
that
be
still
gone
count?
because she did identify twice.
Oh, yeah.
Or 3
Yeah.
times. But you would have advantage because I would be helping you.
Let me roll that again.
Wait, so are we doing the sword thing? There's like a ritual for the sword too,
The
right?
ritual is to complete the sword by
Okay.
sacrificing a creature to the sword, making the sword in tune with that creature's race. And by doing so, it then becomes an anchor for portals in other places that that race can use a great deal easier than anyone else. But that is not what you're doing. You're just trying to change the book from the hags
Oh, okay.
moving to the first level of hell to here. And that requires a lot of changes to some of the mechanics inside
And-
the spell.
That will help us open this portal.
That's the idea.
Okay. So that's a separate thing from the sword. So my question to the party is, do we want to do the sword thing somehow?
It's against my alignment.
Cadaverous, do you want to do the sword thing?
It's
We
not
don't
against
have
my
enough magical swords, so
But we have to sacrifice a creature, and that creature's type becomes the thing, right? Or is it the type of the creature that does the sacrificing of the creature?
I don't know.
I think it's the creature you sacrifice.
The creature you sacrifice is detailed as the race necessary to bind.
Yes.
But we do
I
have
suppose
the
we could
ability-
sacrifice Jesse.
Huh?
Don't worry, Jesse.
Jesse wakes up. What?
I mean,
So I don't think this will really benefit us.
Tio does have the ability to bring someone back to life.
That's true.
I am not resurrecting Jessie. If you all kill her in order
So wait, if we kill Jessie, you're not gonna bring her back?
Wait, Tio, that's
you need
just...
to learn to live with your consequences of your actions. That's why.
Well, you need to learn to live with the
I'm
consequences of your
I'm willing to play chicken with the player Kayla on this.
Amazing.
Again, it's against my alignment.
To bring Jessie back to life?
And the character. Yes.
So
You to fit right in on my one campaign where necromancy was a problem.
I guess the necromancy's never a problem. It's always a solution. So how many of us are purebred elves?
Literally just you.
Is it just me? And then how many are humans?
I'm
Two?
a freak of an Asimar.
And then you're a half elf.
I'm a health.
And then a Hasamar.
No, I'm a full Asimar. I'm just an ass.
No, but you're a fucking
Um
Hasamar.
And I mean, I guess I don't really fully understand what the
Goat
sword
Azamar
does.
is a Gazamar.
So right now it's a 1/1. It's a +1 sword. But then what does it do if it?
It doesn't do anything. The ritual is what does it. So the sword isn't actually. The sword is just an acceptable implement that the ritual is.
Just being bound to.
Right. So none of the other +1 swords seem to have the correct ingredients. You know, all the evil intentions, etc., etc. So whenever they made this sword, it just met the prerequisites.
They broke
But
the
technically,
mold.
you could technically recreate another prerequisite sword.
So you would make the sword of elves, for example, and that it basically becomes like another one of these evil swords that we have. Essentially, that's what the ritual does. Not necessarily evil, but like they're kind of like portal key swords, essentially.
I guess I'll answer yes. Yes, that's how that works.
Okay.
Is this just Kingdom Hearts?
Cadaverous is like having one of those cadaverous moments.
Oh. Well, I'm just trying to think because right now we're missing one sword, and if we create another one, then maybe we're not missing one.
I'm
Right.
not sure if that's how that works, though.
So if we kill a creature, the blood of that creature becomes an anchor for the sword. Meaning that whatever plane the creature is from, the sword becomes an anchor to. Is that correct? So I'm assuming the way the swords became anchors for hell was that creatures from hell were killed with the swords. Became a portal to hell. Is that the case?
Are you asking me?
I was trying to parse it.
Yeah, I don't fully understand what it does.
I was trying to
also-
parsnip.
Let's just assume that this sword is a bad thing, and not sacrifice anything to it, because most importantly, we have nothing to sacrifice to it.
Well, we do.
Other
There
than
is
that
one
dragon.
creature left around here.
That is true.
And if we need a certain amount of swords to create whatever portal we
but-
need to get back,
But, we could just take the sword and do the ritual elsewhere.
can we?
Maybe.
This is a very fancy looking thing. It has these marks at 45-degree angles. I don't know if you can do that
It's
anywhere
true. That's where
else.
you put the swords.
So since I failed my Arcana checks, we can't get out of the portal.
Currently, the
Oh.
portal is inactive. You are not able to modify the ritual
Okay.
to connect
Allow-
correctly.
Allow me.
Cadaverous, you have advantage.
Oh my gosh, way to serve me, old man. That was
I
in
serve
character.
only myself and my sword wife.
3 imps pop up. Serve, serve, serve. No, sorry.
Wearing sunglasses.
You have a moment of clarity,
It's really corny.
Cadaverous, as everything seems to take shape easily. You have this great sense of accomplishment, as well as this strange feeling as if you had gained approval. The portal opens.
One portal.
Cadaverous.
Allow me.
Brilliant.
Cadaverous
Very
walks through the
mature.
portal.
I go, have
Okay.
you ever done that before? And then he leaves.
Okay, if I could get everybody real quick, good.
Hopefully we won't have to take levels of exhaustion.
You just get really jet lagged.
Oh gosh. For real though, Beth, way to just like blow blow it out of the water.
Sometimes you just gotta
You're
succeed.
like,
you know?
oh, a 10, a 14, let me do a 22 and a 21.
I mean, you rolled a 26 on the Dispel Magic, so...
That was only because Beth had like completely just, you know.
Walking through the portal,
Oh.
you find yourselves in Imbarn's study.
Oh,
Embarn, it is good to see you.
No, this is bad.
Why
is
are
bad.
we here? This is not good.
Why is this bad?
Wait,
Why isn't it his study?
Is he here?
He is sitting in his, well, poorly sitting in his badly placed.
Sitting on like the arm, the side of it.
Sitting on
Hello!
his one leg is
I
up
kept
on it,
the
right?
seat warm for you.
The frog is sitting in the chair.
We hope he smell really
the
bad.
very large toad is there. And Imbarn smiles and says, "Welcome back. I'm glad I could help."
Which wizard left us and closed the portal? Was it Maglin?
Yes.
Maglin.
I hate that guy.
May I remind you that Maglin did exactly what he told us he was going to do and
I know.
protected the material plane from devils coming into it.
We're like arguing this as we come out of the portal.
Why did we end up here? Where are we?
Assisted Cadaverous with gleaning the information in the spell and ritual you were trying to attempt. I brought you here because there's a pressing matter I wish to speak with you. I understand there's more swords. I'd very much like to see them.
We have a lot of swords.
Does only Cadaverous know who this guy is? I can't remember.
We've never been here or seen him. We have been mentioned. He's mentioned.
I did tell you of.
Okay.
The
You have
first
quill.
thing Cadaverous said was Imbaran, as soon as you guys showed up. Imbaran is a name that most people here in the country are aware of.
Okay.
Gislin, you would have good call not to know. Jesse's Jesse, so I'll leave it up to Jesse. But Aurelia spent enough time here, and certainly could. Tio is known. It is a notable name in the country.
I also was very descriptive about the toad to all of you, so that
Right.
would be giveaway enough.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Toad is my new favorite enemy.
Toad.
Wow.
Just trying to optimize for the upcoming Imbaran fight.
I'm gonna turn around as soon as I hear him talking. I'm gonna say, "Why does this portal lead to your study?"
It doesn't.
Because he helped me. He gave me a little
Yes.
direction to work out how to make a portal.
So this was you that linked it here, Cadaverous.
It was both of us.
It was intentional, and it wasn't.
May I ask how many swords you're in current possession of?
3.
3.
May I please see them?
Why?
It is integral to the research I've been doing. I have gone to the place, Cadaverous, that you mentioned, where you found some swords. I looked at the bones of an ancient race of Dragonborn. But I climbed a tower and found something intriguing. Before I divulge any more, I must confirm it. These swords will either confirm or deny a postulation.
He can be trusted. I let him lay his hands on Vinya, and he did nothing untoward.
With all due
Thought
respect,
she was a
Cadaverous,
sword.
your wife
she's
is
a sword.
different from these swords.
Well, yes, I agree. She's far more beautiful.
Indeed, and has a different kind of power than these swords do.
Right. He's not attuning to the swords. He is examining the swords.
Cadaverous, you're wise. That is correct.
I don't trust him.
You don't trust anybody.
Exactly.
Come on. Let's,
If you're truly here to help us, then perhaps share what you're going to attempt to glean from them.
How about if we both take that step together? Produce the swords, and I shall explain as I examine.
I just look down at my hip. As that's where the sword is scabbarded.
I guess my sword is also at my hip. I don't know where you keep a scimitar.
A scimitar?
In my boot!
There's my scimitar from the boot!
Please, as he just gestures, come forward.
Gosh!
We will discuss and look. And with a wave of his hands, the paperwork on the table and some of the implements move to the side, giving enough space for some swords.
Mage hand. Ugh. I hate wizards. I'm just kidding.
I actually have
As Tio's like saying that out loud. Hey, wizards! You actually what there?
I will draw King Promeroc's sword, and
Excellent.
not let
Actually,
it
we
not
3, don't
not
we?
yes, I lied.
Which
Put it on the
which
table.
swords? Which swords?
Gislin,
There's 6 swords.
as you draw this
Is it
King
the good ones or bad
Promeroc's
ones?
sword, and take a look at the man sitting in this chair before you. His eyes lock with the sword. Please roll insight.
This was sort of what I wanted to.
And that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Good work.
Holy cow!
I'm like, he's gonna betray us, and I stab him in the throat.
That was a critical failure for those on stream who can't see the roll.
Yes,
my
it was.
gosh.
Well, there's no critical failures on skill checks, so it's a 3.
According to Roll20, it's still in red though.
It is. That just meant it.
Red bad.
Wait, what do you mean there's no failures on skill checks? What does that mean?
So, on attack
There's
rolls,
no critical failure.
yeah, on
There's
attack rolls, if you roll a 1, so my plus to hit could be plus 10, right? And so if I rolled a 1 and I had plus 10 to hit, it would be an 11 to hit, which means I would hit a creature with an armor class of 11 or lower. But on attack rolls, if you roll a 1, you automatically miss. And if you roll a 20, you automatically hit regardless of what the numbers are. Because you could roll a 20 and fight a creature that's armor class was 30, right? And you might not, you know, your attack score could only max out at 27 or something. But it's like an auto success or
Right.
auto fail, but that does not apply anywhere else in the game. Just on attacks.
Gotcha.
D&D 101 tutorials are available on the Roll Explain app, downloadable now at the Play Store.
Yes. Or you can get the new special beta release on our OnlyFans, which contains literally just smut of Tio.
Yep, and scepters. And wands.
This is our catalog of scepters and wands.
Let them pay first, then they'll find out.
Yeah.
It is behind a paywall, just like the scepter was.
Right. That's not what was behind. So we're done here. Thank you all for joining. Bravo for the excellent choices. Discovering where the wand is was pivotal. Locate object for the win there. The jailer was no joke. The jailer had a few things like electrify anyone in any cages once you're in there. Even if you're... and by the way, if you're holding or wearing metal, you were rolling with that with disadvantage because electricity. That was going to be a brutal fight.
We checked all the cages.
The cages were all emptied, as
Okay.
was visually noted the first
Yeah,
time.
I walked
That's
by
as
the
far
door.
as you
That was
got
about
in,
as close as I
Right.
went.
because the activation for the golem on like standby was clearly any activity nearby. Lots of fun. Interesting. Try to using turn undead in a different manner.
And the rope
the rolls
trick.
didn't support you. An interesting attempt to use the rope trick in a strange manner. The rolls didn't support you, but both creative attempts, and so I like that. Please continue to try to do creative attempts that then challenge the
Is it
DM
a
to
high
come up
five?
with a solution. So, all very good. Wonderful gameplay according to chat, so that's nice. I don't know what that means. What? Am I muted? What are you guys?
No,
making
we're trying to
noises?
do a high five. But...
I can't recognize my hands.
Every single week for the last bunch of sessions, I played one song and one song only. And it's Echoes of Time by Kevin MacLeod. Now, if any other music was played, I would know because I mute the chat. I'm sorry, I mute the stream so I could hear the players.
We had some.
Did we?
We did. We had Return of Lazarus was the spooky song at the beginning. We had Dark Times and the
Yeah, you did.
tense... yeah, we did. What was the tense one? Malicious was right before we maybe had a delayed fireball that would offer a non-delayed end to the campaign.
That would have certainly changed some characters' perspectives.
Yes.
It was a lot of damage. I guess I could have just upcast a regular fireball, but since it was already prepackaged, I'm like, there we go.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I had a blast. Almost a real blast.
You didn't have a blast.
You prevented the blast.
Honestly,
which was really good.
Yeah. But if you had failed and then it casts, Cadaverous could have just counterspelled it.
With the same
With the same
roll.
thing.
Mhm.
So,
Fortunately, as a Lord Bard, I'm pretty good at counterspell, so there's that. But
so it wouldn't have been like an all or nothing. And then
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't 1 point of failure. That being said, who knows?
Yeah.
We don't have to know. We do know what happened. And the only, of course, negative thing this whole episode was the loss of beloved Volgo.
Oh no.
We'll carry you on in our hearts.
Volgo.
And traditionally, I lose any minion I introduce to this group, so that's what happened.
I didn't do it this time.
Despite
I
how
didn't.
hard we
I didn't
tried.
say that. Casey
I
was
am
the
not
same
going to
problem.
lie. Literally, if we left Hell and it was still attached, I would have killed it, though.
Yeah,
I fully expect and believe you.
Yeah.
I expected that, and yeah. So,
We only
but-
I
get
would have
pets
been
in other
surprised
dimensions.
if you let him go.
but outside of the game, he shall be missed. Just inside the game, y'all hated him. So.
Stay tuned for our deceased minions one shot, where your personal favorites like Cobalt Oracle and Volgo and Bim and
Goal.
Oracle, Kobold Oracle. You mean the Frog Drinker?
Yeah, the Cobalt Oracle. Wait, what was the guy's name?
Matt.
Oh no, what was your steed's name? Aramis?
Aramis.
Oh,
Marius's
why?
steed.
Why?
Poor Aramis. Yeah, he was
Minion
one of the-
steed who died.
He was so.
Oh, they can all meet up in heaven
Yes.
or hell.
Except for the imp.
No, we should level. Yeah, we should level them all up to level 20 and have an epic level one shot.
Well, stay tuned for that. It's certainly gonna definitely happen and not disappear just because we don't follow through.
Yeah.
Great. That's
We
all I
had
got.
a bunch of subs today. Thank you for resub from Juggling Geese.
There's a lot of gifted subs I saw.
And
so thank
yes,
you for that.
Anon resubbed and then did a bunch of gifted subs. I don't remember where it was, so thank you very much for all those gifted subs. We also had a raid tonight. Thank you for those folks who gave us some extra views in their Tugger. Thank you very much for the 7-person raid, party of 7. Cool. That's all I got.
See you guys Monday
Monday.
for Casey's campaign called.
On the rise.
That's the one. On the nose. Wait, on the right. Okay, now just sit here awkwardly until Casey ends this all.
All right.
Good job, everybody. So far. All okay. That's good. Somebody just got here. That's weird. We're done. 4 hours, 6 minutes later. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. We're leaving.
I'm sorry.
One person, sorry.
I'm not playing this game.
And I'm just gonna bow out of existence. All right, let's end that stream by me leaving this right here and messing everything up.
Oh,
That's right.
They didn't see it. I'm too smart for you.
No.